Chapter 1461. Why should we cultivators be afraid of a battle? Everyone, work hard to bring down the broken battle for me. The moment the burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan was startled, Wang Lin waved his right hand at the sky. The thunder tattoo hidden in the sky appeared and shot toward the burly man. All of this happened in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, the thunder tattoo descended. The burly man's reaction was very fast. He waved his left hand, and the ancient leaves appeared. He placed them on his chest and sealed his emotions to prevent Wang Lin from activating the ethereal fire. His eyes were filled with mockery as his right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. The Heavenly Wolf clan appeared around him and charged at the thunder tattoo. However, just at this moment, the 9-colored flames behind the thunder tattoo turned into a monstrous sea of fire that surrounded the Heavenly Wolf clan. There was a flash of bloodlight as the blood sword pierced through the Heavenly Wolf clan and headed toward the burly man. Since we met here, it is time for you to die. I didn't expect you to be the one who obtained the 5th platform. After killing you, the old man's platform will reach rank 6. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for running into the old man while you were secretly searching for treasure. As the man laughed, he swung his left hand forward, and the power of Joss flames manifested to form a wolf that was 10,000 feet tall. It roared and charged at the blood sword. The burly man stepped forward and moved like lightning. He broke through Wang Lin's restriction and charged at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the 18 ancient leaves before Wang Lin. Killing you for the leaves is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This is great. As he closed in, the burly man revealed a smile. His right hand formed a claw and reached toward Wang Lin. You talk a lot of nonsense. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The moment the burly man closed in, he waved his right hand, and the Emperor Furnace smashed toward the burly man. You will without a doubt die today. All resistance is useless. The burly man shook his head as he moved forward. He casually waved his hand, and it landed on the Emperor Furnace. The Emperor Furnace immediately rumbled. However, at this moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the spot where the burly man had slammed the Emperor Cauldron. The force entered the burly man's body through his right hand, causing his expression to change. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to retreat. A loud laugh came from inside the Emperor Furnace. Esteemed Ling Dong, who had a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, charged out from the Emperor Furnace. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged at the burly man. Endless Joss flames surrounded him and murmurs echoed. Nimble movement. The burly man's pupils constricted, and he suddenly had a very bad feeling. Ling Dong's appearance had caused him to misunderstand Wang Lin's abilities. His heart trembled, and he was shocked by the Joss flame surrounding Ling Dong. Even more astonished, he had no idea why Ling Dong would help Wang Lin. Zhou Jin, esteemed Ling Dong, charged out and instantly closed in on the burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan. He waved his hand, and the purple sea roared. A giant, black statue appeared from the sea. Esteemed Ling Dong let out a roar, and a destructive force shot out toward the burly man. The burly man quickly retreated, and his hands formed a seal. A dark rift appeared behind him, and the smell of blood spread out like crazy. A pair of red eyes came out from the rift. The eyes were ruthless, and a wolf howl echoed. A giant red shadow rushed out from the rift and turned into a red wolf tens of thousands of feet long. It charged at the statue of esteemed Ling Dong. The burly man's heart skipped a beat, and he felt like things were bad. Wang Lin's cultivation level was not weak, and he was very cunning. Now that Ling Dong had reached the 3rd and a half, the burly man didn't hesitate to give up his dignity as a 3rd-step cultivator. The moment the red wolf rushed out, he quickly retreated and was about to leave. This battle can't continue. I have to leave immediately. When esteemed Ling Dong was at the 5th Heaven's Blight, I was still a junior. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know what was good for him and didn't have enough Joss flames, he would have long since become a 3rd-step cultivator. Wang Lin still stood on the ancient god skull and didn't retreat at all. Even his expression didn't change much. His clothes fluttered as he watched the burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan arrogantly charge at him until he retreated in shock. There was a hint of mockery on the corner of his mouth, and Wang Lin slowly spoke. "You are happy to see me, but you don't know that when I see you, I am even happier." Wang Lin waved his right hand, and 2 of the 18 ancient leaves flew out at an unimaginable speed. The moment the rift appeared behind the burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan, and the Red Wolf let out a roar, the 2 ancient leaves pierced through space and sealed the rift. "Retreat." Wang Lin pointed forward, and 2 more ancient leaves flew out. They were so fast that they could seal everything in the world. In the blink of an eye, they passed the burly man and formed a seal behind him. The burly man knew how strange the ancient leaves were, so he suddenly changed his direction and took a step to the left. Left! 2 ancient leaves flew out before Wang Lin and sealed the space to the left of the burly man. The moment the burly man rushed to the right, Wang Lin sneered and waved his hand to seal the space to the right. To the right. I can't even go up or down. 4 more ancient leaves flew out and sealed the burly man's position. Only the space in front of him was left, but there was a monstrous rumble. The power of a steamed Ling Dong statue and the Red Wolf began to fight. Wang Lin took a step forward and waved his right hand. All the remaining ancient leaves flew out toward the burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan. A steamed Ling Dong flashed out from the impact and charged at the burly man. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the burly man's retreat was sealed. At this moment of crisis, his hand formed a seal, and a large amount of Joss flame souls spread out from his body, forming a distorted image. Countless spikes appeared on the burly man's arms, and they looked like wolf fangs. A pack of wolves worships the moon. The burly man let out a roar and swept his arms. Popping sounds echoed as all the wolf fangs on his body broke off and turned into wolves. There were too many of them, and in the blink of an eye, they filled the sky. There were no less than hundreds of thousands of them. At this moment, all the wolves raised their heads and were about to howl when the sky suddenly became cloudy. A blood-colored moon appeared out of nowhere. A powerful pressure spread out. However, he didn't have a chance to fully display this 3rd step technique. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. The Emperor Furnace suddenly expanded and covered the sky. It covered the red moon and trapped the tens of thousands of fierce wolves. Zhou Jin, who was being held back by a steamed Ling Dong, was about to use all his spells to resist when his body trembled. His right hand, that was forming a seal, couldn't move. 9 drops of black water appeared around his body. They gave off a terrifying aura that caused Zhou Jin's scalp to go numb. He didn't dare to move. "If you move, you'll die." Wang Lin's voice was filled with coldness. Chapter 1462. Wang Lin's words were as cold as frost and froze the burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan. His forehead was covered in sweat as he stared at the 9 drops of black poison surrounding him. With his cultivation level, he could clearly feel that these 9 drops of poison contained an unimaginable amount of poison. Just 1 drop was enough to corrode his body and origin soul, leaving nothing behind. What made his scalp go numb was that the 9 drops of venom were filled with too many Joss flame souls. These Joss flames had been poisoned and turned into poisoned souls. They were forcefully refined and sealed in the venom, and they emitted boundless resentment and the urge to destroy the world. He didn't dare to move, not at all. Today's battle had been too fast, and the twists and turns were shocking. He didn't expect Ling Dong to appear, and he didn't expect Ling Dong to take half a step. If that was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. After the ancient leaves sealed most of his path, he could still resist. However, the appearance of these 9 drops of poison almost caused his mind to collapse. The terrifying aura of the venom caused goosebumps to appear on Zhou Jin's skin. Seeing Zhou Jin trapped and his face pale, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he slowly said, "Ling Dong." Esteemed Ling Dong stepped forward and stopped 100 feet from Wang Lin. He knelt down on one knee and asked, "Master, do you want to kill him or refine him?" "Master." When Zhou Jin heard these 2 words, he was startled and almost couldn't believe his eyes. Third step cultivators were the strongest existences in the universe. There were very few of them, and each one was a famous person. How could such people recognize someone as their master? There was no need for them to recognize someone who hadn't even reached the third step as their master. Refine. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the inside of the Emperor Furnace changed. The 18 ancient leaves quickly flew out and sealed the Emperor Furnace. The souls inside began to refine Ling Dong. With Wang Lin's help, esteemed Ling Dong stepped into the Poison Sea realm from the Joss Flame realm. He sat cross-legged in midair and assisted in the slave refinement. This Heavenly Wolf clan's Zhou Jin was different from Ling Dong back then. He was a true third-step almighty, and it was not easy to refine him into a slave. Even with dreamed-out techniques, one had to exhaust the other party's mental power to increase the chance of success. Now, Zhou Jin was suppressed inside the Emperor Furnace, guarded by esteemed Ling Dong, and sealed by the ancient leaves. Most importantly, there were 9 drops of poison around him. Wang Lin was confident that he would not be able to escape. There were only 9 drops of venom, and he didn't want to waste them. This thing had already played its greatest role in the siege. Wang Lin also didn't intend to kill Zhou Jin with poison. If he could refine Zhou Jin into an ancient slave, then once Wang Lin returned to the inner realm, he would have 2 third-step almighty slaves. If his archenemy, Taoist Water, saw this, he would immediately escape in terror. Wang Lin's ancient god stars appeared between his eyebrows, and the Emperor Furnace returned. He floated in the air and looked at the ground below. The forest was filled with withered trees. At this moment, the inside of the forest was empty. There were only about 100 trees in the periphery. In the center of the forest, the vortex that greed had used to leave the ancient tomb was not affected at all. It was still floating there. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin originally intended to take this forest along with the ancient god skull. However, he wasn't sure if the vortex would dissipate. If it dissipated, it wouldn't be worth it. This vortex was very important to Wang Lin. He scanned it with his divine sense. Although he didn't know if he would be teleported to the ancient star system through the vortex, he could see that it indeed had a teleportation function. A moment later, Wang Lin didn't act rashly. His hands formed a seal, and a large amount of restrictions appeared. They flew into the sky and formed layers of seals. It took several days for Wang Lin to completely seal this place. Then he turned around and left the world the forest was in. When he reappeared, he was inside the fog of the ancient tomb. He once again used restrictions to seal the area from the outside. Only then did he relax. He had placed many restrictions on the outside of the forest, sealing it completely. Even if someone accidentally obtained an ancient leaf, they wouldn't be able to break through it in a short period of time, and it would be very dangerous. Wang Lin was very confident in his restrictions. After sealing it, his eyes lit up and the flowing moon gate appeared. The passage of time added more time to the flowing moon gate, causing the power of the seal to increase once more. After doing all of this, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the rank 5 platform of the burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan. He waved his hand, and the platform rumbled. A large amount of runes flew out toward Wang Lin. The moment these runes closed in, Wang Lin took out his rank 5 platform and began to absorb them. The platform trembled violently and expanded to 60,000 feet in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin felt the familiar divine sense rush into his mind. The map in his mind changed once more. At this instant, a majestic voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind. Rank 9 is the end. I have the heaven, earth, and human palaces. The human palace has the benevolent sword. This sword has accompanied me for a lifetime of slaughter and is the most ferocious sword in the world. Because of all the slaughter, I left 3 seals on it. After the voice dissipated, Wang Lin's expression was calm. A moment later, his eyes lit up and he controlled the 60,000-foot platform to fly forward and disappear into the fog. Along the way, Wang Lin could vaguely feel the auras of several other platforms ahead. These platforms were all rank 5 or above, and they were far ahead of Wang Lin. According to Wang Lin's analysis, the one in front had even reached the 8th map. There are 9 maps. The meaning of ancient Dao Huamo's words doesn't seem to be about who is the fastest to enter the 9th map, but the first to reach the rank 9 platform. With my current speed, I can't be faster than those before me. Wang Lin sat on the platform and began to ponder. After a long time, he touched his forehead and his eyes shined brightly. Everyone in this tomb has a number mark, only I don't. If that Toa Sun came here, he also wouldn't have a number mark. I'm an ancient god, so I don't need a number mark to enter. Then what exactly is this number mark? Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have grasped something. He lowered his head, and his right hand hit the platform. A number mark appeared, and he grabbed it. Since entering the Ancient Order tomb, Wang Lin had been on the passive side. He was being controlled by the Force here and had to follow its will. Even the giant hand seemed to be controlled by someone. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. This was the first time Wang Lin had carefully observed this extremely important number mark. Staring at it, Wang Lin gradually frowned. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin allowed the platform to move forward. He passed through the 5th map and entered the 6th map. He had changed hundreds of runes in his hand, and he carefully observed each one. These runes contain a very strange force. The purpose of this force is to allow people to exist here for a short period of time. If I don't have this rune, Wang Lin's right hand reached at the void, and the girl from the Ceiling Extermination clan appeared before Wang Lin. Although this girl's clan mark had been taken away by Wang Lin, there was still a mark on her forehead. This mark was the number mark. The girl's eyes were closed as if she was sleeping. Wang Lin stared at her forehead for a long time before raising his right hand. Ancient god power filled his palm as he gently touched the girl's forehead. The girl's body trembled. After Wang Lin moved his hand away, the number mark was still there. Wang Lin pondered for a while before opening his storage space and taking out the ancient soul bottle. He slapped it with his right hand, and the soul of an ancient devil flew out. The moment the ancient devil soul appeared, Wang Lin grabbed it and crushed it. The devil soul immediately died and turned into a ball of ancient devil power that surrounded Wang Lin's right hand. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The ancient god power in his body surged and filled his right hand, fusing with the ancient devil power. Time passed slowly, but the fusion was not perfect. It was as if something was missing. Ancient demon power. Wang Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter. He grabbed the air with his left hand, and a gourd flew out from his storage space. This gourd was given to him by the cultivators in the first sealed area to save their lives. At that time, Wang Lin's divine sense swept over it and knew that it was an ancient demon treasure. It contained a small amount of ancient demon power. Now that he took it out, he knocked it with his left hand without hesitation. Immediately, demonic chi rumbled out of the gourd. The demonic chi condensed and was enveloped by Wang Lin's left hand. He took out a part of it and pressed it against the ancient demon power and ancient god power that were fusing. The auras of the 3 ancient clans gathered in an instant and fused completely in Wang Lin's right hand, forming a unique power. This power far surpassed that of the ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil powers. Holding this power, Wang Lin felt like he was holding the world. Without hesitation, he lifted his right hand and touched the spot between the eyebrows of the girl from the Ceiling Extermination clan. The girl suddenly opened her eyes and let out a scream. The number mark between her eyebrows was erased by Wang Lin's palm. Without the number symbol, the girl's body trembled violently. The fog around her seemed to be boiling as it rushed toward the girl from all directions. It was as if the girl's existence had created a strong conflict with the laws of the ancient tomb. It caused a series of drastic changes in the ancient tomb that wanted to erase this change that shouldn't exist. This change was too sudden, and even Wang Lin didn't expect it. In an instant, the fog spread like crazy. In an instant, the girl was surrounded by the fog and disappeared before Wang Lin. Chapter 1463. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he stared at the fog slowly dissipating. The girl's figure had disappeared with the fog, and he didn't know where it had taken her. Interesting, Wang Lin muttered as he looked at the number mark he had taken from the girl's forehead. He put it aside and let the platform move forward. After a long time, he took out an ancient devil soul and crushed it to produce ancient devil power. He fused it with his own ancient god power and took out some ancient demon aura from the gourd. The three of them quickly fused together, and the moment they fused, Wang Lin's right hand hit his forehead without hesitation. There was a bang, and Wang Lin's body trembled. The origin energy in his body quickly cycled, and his face became pale, but his eyes shined brightly. At this moment, the aura of the three ancient clans formed a vortex between his eyebrows. Bursts of pain came from his forehead as if someone was stabbing it. After a while, the pain gradually dissipated and a number mark appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. The moment the number mark appeared, the surrounding fog began to churn, and a faint roar came from it. It was as if the fog wanted to devour Wang Lin and the 60,000-foot platform. It was as if Wang Lin's actions had disrupted the rules of this ancient tomb. He was going to be taken away by this ancient tomb, like the girl from the ceiling extermination clan. Just as the storm closed in, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to touch the spot between his eyebrows and tear off the rune that had just appeared. The moment the rune was ripped off, Wang Lin's face became even paler and his breathing became faster. He raised his head abruptly and stared at the mist around him. He observed its movements and prepared to fight back. However, the strange thing was that after Wang Lin wiped off the rune between his eyebrows, the surrounding fog calmed down and retreated. After a long time, Wang Lin's laughter echoed in the fog. He looked at the number mark in his hand and confirmed one thing. Because he was an ancient god, there was no mark between his eyebrows. However, this mark could appear, and it required the fusion of the auras of the three ancient clans. It was also because of this reason that he wouldn't be like the girl from the ceiling extermination clan. After erasing his mark, he wouldn't be killed by the ancient tomb because he didn't want to have a mark. This mark is just a seal that this ancient tomb gives to those who are not part of the three ancient clans to allow them to exist here for a short period of time. This was the tomb of the ancients, and only the three ancient clans could enter. If outsiders wanted to enter, they had to have this mark. Similarly, once the imprint was lost, it would immediately be erased from existence by this ancient tomb. The reason why the three ancient races didn't have any marks was because the main focus of this place was to allow the descendants of the three ancient races to slaughter the outsiders and seize the marks, because these outsiders weren't trial challengers. They were part of the trial. Only I am the true trial challenger. If Tuasan comes, he will also become a trial challenger. However, Tuasan is extremely arrogant and his mind is a bit messed up. He might not be able to think of this key point. Wang Lin looked at the mark in his hand and placed it on the platform. Immediately, the mark fused with the platform and became one with it. Killing and taking the mark isn't the only way. I can't compare to those old monsters, and I don't have enough time. However, I have another way. A smile appeared on Wang Lin's face. Once again, he fused the auras of the three clans into the strange power and pressed it between his eyebrows without any hesitation. The moment the mark reappeared, Wang Lin quickly dug it out. 1, 2, 10, 30. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 runes were condensed by Wang Lin's body and fused with the platform below him. Because of this frequent movement, the fog around him became even more violent. The clouds surged and the roars became even more intense. However, Wang Lin's timing was very clever and didn't give the fog any time to approach. Slowly, using this method that almost violated the rules of the ancient tomb, Wang Lin condensed hundreds of runes in just a few hours and fused them with the platform below him. After absorbing all the runes from the Heavenly Wolf clan, the platform expanded to rank 6. It already had a lot more runes. Now, with the addition of Wang Lin's abnormal method, it immediately reached the rank 7 requirement. Under the rumbling sound, the platform below Wang Lin rapidly expanded. The dust in the fog was quickly absorbed and condensed from all directions, causing the platform to continuously expand from 6,000 feet. 6,000, 3,000 feet, 6,700 feet, until it reached 7,000 feet. Rank 7 platform. The 27,000 feet tall platform was shockingly large. From afar, it looked like a small continent. The moment it appeared in the fog around it seemed to be swept away by a gust of wind. None of them dared to get close to it, and they were all forced back. Waves of golden light flashed on the platform, as bright as the sun, causing the fog to retreat. Some of the fog that retreated a bit slower were swept away by the golden light, as if they had evaporated. Another map appeared in Wang Lin's mind. However, what he was interested in was not the map, but the third voice that echoed in his mind. The underworld is my soul. I have killed 3 celestial sovereigns in my life and imprisoned their souls in the underworld. I wanted to refine them into my avatar so that future generations can take them. However, these 3 souls are extremely powerful. If future generations don't have full confidence in winning, don't release them. These 3 souls were all illustrious people when they were alive. After the voice dissipated, Wang Lin became spirited. He finally knew what the first time the voice mentioned the underworld was. As for the benevolent sword, Wang Lin had a guess in his heart. The moment Wang Lin's platform reached rank 7, Devil Master 9 Heavens, who had just reached rank 7 on the 8th map, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and looked behind him. Who the hell is this person? He can actually reach rank 7. Including me, a total of 6 people have reached rank 7. 1 dissipated and was absorbed by this person, causing his platform to reach rank 6. However, in such a short period of time, he managed to increase his platform once more. Hard. Devil Master 9 Heavens' expression was gloomy, and he was puzzled. I can use my avatars to kill people and obtain their talismans to form my own platform. This person can do the same. 7 Liver. The old man doesn't care about this. My platform will soon reach rank 8. I want to see who is faster. Devil Master 9 Heavens sat down once more. It was also in the 8th map. However, it was not in the fog sea, but above the fog. Up in the sky was a platform that was on the verge of becoming a rank 7 platform. The white-robed woman on the platform frowned, a look of confusion in her eyes. She had also noticed this strange scene, but she couldn't think of a reason. Who could it be? It's because I have a secret technique that I can absorb the scattered runes in this ancient tomb to upgrade my platform. This person's platform has risen twice in such a short period of time. How'd he do it? Who exactly is he? The woman in white rubbed the space between her brows. Just as she was about to ponder, her platform suddenly shook. It had absorbed enough runes and expanded to the 7th level. This sudden turn of events broke her train of thought. In the 9th map, there were even more chaotic flows of space, so dense that they seemed endless. Tuasen had no choice but to slow down. His expression was vicious as he continued to advance. Damn Ancient Order tomb. Damn Ancient Order. To create such a bullshit inheritance and make it so difficult to obtain it. Ancient Order Yemo. This god is part of your clan. If you don't give this inheritance to me, who will you give it to? On a platform behind Tuasen, the beautiful woman had a serious expression. She no longer tried to flirt and looked back with a glint in her eyes. Another transformation has appeared. However, it is still far from rank 9. I am already in the 9th map, and with Tuasen's help, I will enter faster than others. Others might not be able to handle the 3 celestial sovereigns of the underworld, but I am confident. Also, Yemo didn't tell the truth. Aside from the 3 celestial sovereigns, there is another. That is something even that old thing covets. There was a flash of greed in the woman's eyes. No one knew what method Wang Lin had used to rapidly advance his platform. He didn't stop at all. After his platform reached rank 7, he used the same method to condense more runes. These runes continued to enter the rank 7 platform, causing it to rapidly advance toward rank 8. Wang Lin was already very familiar with this method. With a wave of his hand, a A rune appeared between his eyebrows and was instantly removed. Time passed. In just a few hours, the runes on the platform had accumulated to a terrifying degree. There were a lot of ancient devil souls in the devil soul bottle, so it could withstand this kind of consumption. Wang Lin could also regenerate his ancient god power, but he had the least ancient demon power. There wasn't much ancient demon aura left in the gourd. Fortunately, Wang Lin had obtained several ancient demon treasures after entering the ancient order tomb. In order to extract the ancient demon aura, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to destroy these treasures. This way, he could barely keep up with the speed of condensing runes. After a few hours, Wang Lin's last ancient demon treasure collapsed. He extracted the ancient demon aura from it and fused it perfectly. He pressed it between his eyebrows and turned it into a rune that entered the platform. The platform trembled and golden light flashed as it expanded once again. The surrounding fog retreated like crazy, and the entire fog sea was stirred up. As Wang Lin's platform expanded, it reached 80,000 feet in the blink of an eye. The Rank 8 platform was the first Rank 8 platform among everyone in the Ancient Order Tomb. With the appearance of the Rank 8 platform, the fog sea began to churn violently. It was like a tsunami that caused a heaven-shaking roar that spread across the entire Ancient Order Tomb. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Ancient Order Tomb felt the violent fluctuations of the fog around them. Chapter 1464. At this moment, the number of cultivators left in the Ancient Order Tomb was unknown. Everyone's expressions changed greatly. The fog around them had suddenly increased in intensity, causing them to be at a loss. The fear of the unknown was growing rapidly. A group of several dozen cultivators had been trapped in the third map by a large number of ferocious beasts and were fighting with all their might. However, at that moment, the mist surged violently and swept toward them like a tidal wave. The humanoid ferocious beasts' eyes suddenly revealed terror, and before they could retreat, they were struck by the wave of mist. It was as if a gigantic hand was pushing them, and they died with loud bangs. The dozens of cultivators also had no way of dodging. They could only watch helplessly as the wave of mist swept past them. The loud rumble drowned out their screams before they died. In the fourth map, there was a Rank 3 platform rapidly moving forward. There was a pale cultivator standing on it. His eyes were filled with panic, and he would occasionally look back. Behind him, there were 3 platforms chasing after him. They were going to divide up the runes on his platform. But at that moment, the sea of fog changed violently and roared. The waves of the sea of fog surged forward and slammed into the platform of the escaping cultivator. The platform could not resist at all and swiftly collapsed. The cultivator on it was also devoured by the sea of fog. This sudden change caused the expressions of the 3 people chasing them to change greatly. They wanted to retreat, but the sea of fog was even faster. A giant wave passed by, and the 3 of them and their platforms collapsed and dissipated. Scenes like this continued to happen in the ancient tomb. While a large number of people died, those who were lucky enough to survive were met with a great surprise. As too many cultivators died in the fog sea, the runes on the runes continued to flash. The surviving cultivators began to fight over them like crazy. None of the people fighting for the runes could compare to Great Desolation. Great Desolation's platform had already reached a certain level, so the people fighting over it quickly became another Rank 5 platform. The moment it became a Rank 5 platform, he sensed the other platforms and his expression changed. At the end of the 8th map, Devil Master 9 Heavens suppressed the confusion in his heart and controlled his Rank 7 platform to move forward. His expression suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His platform suddenly stopped in the air for the first time. Impossible! Devil Master 9 Heaven's eyes were filled with horror. He could clearly feel that the platform that had just reached Rank 7 a few hours ago had advanced to Rank 8. The first stage, 8 platform. This change exceeded Devil Master 9 Heaven's imagination. He was shocked. If he wasn't on the platform, he wouldn't have believed it. In less than a day, this person went from rank 5 to rank 8. Devil Master 9 Heavens sucked in a breath of cold air and stood there in a daze. He was originally full of confidence and thought that he would definitely be the first person to reach the 8th step of the platform. However, the drastic change before his eyes caused his heart to rumble. Who is this person? Killing intent and dread appeared in Devil Master 9 Heaven's eyes. After pondering for a bit, he suddenly changed directions. The control platform no longer moved forward, but quickly retreated. The old man wanted to see which fellow cultivator this person was. 8 anus, 8 liver. Once I kill this person and take his platform, my hope will increase greatly. Also, if I can find out the secret of how he reached rank 8 so quickly, then the underworld of YMO will not be able to be destroyed by the old man. In the 8th map, above the fog sea, the woman in white had a gloomy expression and her platform also stopped. After pondering for a bit, she let out a cold snort and unexpectedly made the same choice as Devil Master 9 Heavens. She turned around and charged toward the platform that had just reached rank 8. She clearly knew that if she couldn't figure out how this mysterious person was able to make his platform rise so quickly, then in just a few hours, he would be the first to reach rank 9. She was the same as Devil Master 9 Heavens. She would not allow this to happen. In the 9th map, the woman on the platform behind Toa-san had already stood up. There was no flirtatious expression on her face, and it was replaced by killing intent. This person must be eliminated. If I can't obtain the method to raise his cultivation so quickly, then I can't let anyone else obtain it. While pondering, there was a flash of killing intent in the woman's eyes. She completely ignored Toa-san, and the control platform also changed directions. The wind and clouds surged, and all the spearheads pointed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was sitting on the 80,000-foot platform. The golden light from the platform was even stronger, and from afar, it looked like a sun. The surrounding fog moved and retreated because of it. In Wang Lin's mind, the 8th map opened, revealing most of the ancient order tomb for Wang Lin to see. At the same time, the ancient voice echoed out for a 4th time. Among the 3 palaces, heaven, earth, and human palaces, the heaven palace is my inheritance. Once my clan's cultivation reaches the limit, they can obtain the inheritance to return to the ancient Tao. Then they can leave this world and go to my hometown to find my clan. As the voice dissipated and became weaker, Wang Lin felt more clearly than anyone else that there were 3 rank 7 platforms rushing toward him. He also felt that a rank 5 platform had just appeared on the 5th map. Wang Lin immediately guessed that the person on the platform was Great Desolation. At this moment, Great Desolation also sped forwards and headed straight for him. In less than a day, the platform rose 3 ranks and scared these people. Now they are here to find the answer and kill me. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he revealed a sneer. He could clearly know the exact location of the other party from the rank 8 platform, but the direction of the other party was a bit blurry. He only knew the general direction. Unfortunately, the ancient demon treasures are all used up, and there's only 1 left. Even if I use it, it won't be enough for the platform to reach rank 9. After the platform reached rank 8, it was like a bottomless pit. Wang Lin vaguely guessed that the requirements for runes were great. According to the rules of the Ancient Order Tomb, Wang Lin needed to kill all the people chasing him and take their platforms for his platform to reach rank 9. However, Wang Lin naturally wouldn't think about this method. He sneered as he controlled the platform to charge forward. The speed of a rank 8 platform was comparable to a 3rd step cultivator. It was not something a rank 7 platform could compare to. Adding on the fact that Wang Lin knew the other party's location, he was confident that these people wouldn't be able to catch up in a short period of time. Right now, I need to find everything related to the ancient demon and use my own method to quickly make my platform reach rank 9. Let's see if I'm faster or if they are faster. The platform under Wang Lin quickly moved forward. The golden light caused the fog to quickly move away. Without the fog blocking him, Wang Lin moved even faster. He clearly knew where his advantage was. His advantage was that he was the first to reach rank 8 and the first to open the 8th map. Compared to the other people who had to find their way through the 8th map, Wang Lin didn't need to at all. All the routes and sealed places on the 8th map were in his mind. Right now, it can only be described as fast. Wang Lin didn't hesitate or waste any time. As the platform moved, he closed his eyes and tried to sense the other party's location. Thunderous rumbles echoed along the way as Wang Lin cleverly moved forward. He bypassed the 4 people chasing after him and rushed out of the 6th map into the 7th. Devil Master 9 Heavens was also in the 7th map, and his expression was gloomy. The other party was as slippery as a loach and cleverly avoided his pursuit. It was as if the other party knew his exact location ahead of time. It must be a rank 8 platform that can sense the presence of others more clearly. Devil Master 9 Heavens' eyes lit up. His hands formed a seal, and he pressed them on the platform. The platform rumbled, and its speed increased greatly as it charged forward. The woman in white and the charming woman also moved through the ancient order tomb and closed in on Wang Lin. There was also a steamed Great Desolation. Although his platform was only rank 5, as a third-step cultivator, he had a way to make his platform move faster. He chased after Wang Lin. In the 7th map, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. He could clearly feel 2 auras closing in on him. One was coming from the left, and the other was coming from the right. His eyes lit up, and the platform under Wang Lin suddenly stopped. It didn't continue to move forward, but rose up rapidly. In a flash, it had risen hundreds of thousands of feet. The auras on the left and right changed and quickly chased after him. Before they closed in, Wang Lin could clearly feel the fog around him being squeezed, and thunderous rumbles echoed. With a sneer, Wang Lin's platform suddenly stopped and no longer rose. Instead, it dived down. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Wang Lin stood up and looked behind him. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he took a deep breath. He raised his hand and waved it behind him. Millions of runes flew out with a wave of his hand. As the fog rumbled, a sea of fire appeared behind Wang Lin. Inside the sea of fire, a giant umbrella appeared from the handle, ribs, and surface of the umbrella. Realm-burning umbrella. As Wang Lin roared, the giant umbrella appeared in the fog. Open the umbrella to destroy the world. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood immediately burned and rushed toward the umbrella. In an instant, the umbrella showed signs of opening. It opened 20%. As the umbrella opened, a world-destroying fire rushed out from under it, rumbling in all directions. At this moment, a platform 10,000 feet wide appeared on the left. Devil Master 9 Heavens' figure was faintly visible inside the fog. On the right, a similar platform appeared. The woman in white's gaze was like lightning, but when she saw Wang Lin, she was startled for a moment. Today was not the eruption. It was to catch up on a chapter that was lacking updates. Originally, he wouldn't have finished writing so late. In the afternoon, he received a call from his mom saying that the old man had been sent to the hospital, but it wasn't serious. He planned on rushing over after writing the 2nd chapter, but when he was writing the 3rd chapter, the old man's condition became serious, so he rushed to the hospital. Chapter 1465. The power of the old realm-burning umbrella was unparalleled. Even though it was only open to 20%, the destructive fire was something that no power in the world could resist or block. At this moment, a sea of fire poured out from the umbrella and rapidly pushed out in all directions, turning into a great impact that destroyed everything. The surrounding fog was surrounded by the sea of fire and began to burn. The burning fog was pushed back and formed an even more fierce storm. Devil Master 9 Heavens' figure appeared inside the fog with a serious expression. If it was his original body, it would be fine, but his avatar had his cultivation suppressed, so he had to avoid the sea of fire. He quickly retreated. There was also the woman in white. Her expression changed many times, but no one knew what she was thinking. She lowered her head and also retreated. Both of them retreated. Wang Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and used the force of the realm, destroying Umbrella to escape. In a flash, he crossed the 7th map and entered the 8th map. However, just as he was about to enter, Devil Master 9 Heavens looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void and clearly see Wang Lin. He pointed to between his eyebrows and muttered, "As long as I see you, as long as your figure appears in my eyes, no matter how far you are from my original body, even if there is an uncrossable mountain between us, my original body can still kill you." Mountain separating celestial finger. Devil Master 9 Heavens raised his right hand and mercilessly pointed forward. The moment he pointed, Wang Lin's figure appeared in Devil Master 9 Heavens' eyes. He was still in the same position as when he used the ancient umbrella. At this moment, Wang Lin's figure became distorted as if a strange force was going to tear him apart. However, just as Devil Master 9 Heavens used this spell that was second only to fishing the moon in the well in the ancient star system, the woman in white not far away suddenly raised her head. Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of decisiveness. She waved her jade-like hand and softly said, "Heaven gates, 3 paths, sun, moon, and stargate, open the stargate." As she spoke, her right hand formed a seal and she waved her hand. Countless specks of starlight suddenly appeared before Devil Master 9 Heavens. The starlight crisscrossed and formed a huge door. This door seemed to be the same as the sky, and its appearance was extremely similar to the 3rd step void gate. However, it was clear that the substance was completely different. The moment the stargate appeared, Devil Master 9 Heavens pointed at Wang Lin. The 2 Dao spells collided. There was no sound or any ripples. The stargate trembled and gradually collapsed into specks of starlight. At the same time, Devil Master 9 Heavens coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale, and he retreated several hundred feet. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the woman in white. "Celestial Imperial Concubine, why did you stop me?" The woman in white's face was also pale, and she retreated several thousand feet, but her expression was as calm as water. She slowly said, "Celestial Imperial Concubine, who do you think you are?" Devil Master 9 Heavens stared at the woman in white for a while, before his expression gradually calmed down. He didn't reveal any anger and instead revealed a smile. He shook his head and charged into the distance. He went around the woman and chased after the 8th map. The woman in white frowned and withdrew her gaze. She looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to and let out a sigh before moving forward. The moment Wang Lin entered the 8th map, he felt a chill run through his body and a powerful sense of crisis filled his mind. Without hesitation, he pointed to the spot between his eyebrows, and the Emperor Furnace appeared around him. It wrapped around his body, and he charged into the 8th map. After entering this place, the sense of crisis disappeared. Wang Lin turned around and looked behind him. Without hesitation, he controlled the platform and charged into the depths of the map. Not long after he left, 9 Heavens' dear Sovereign chased after him. The 8th map was very unfamiliar to him. After pondering for a bit, 9 Heavens' Devil Sovereign continued to chase after him. At the same time, the beautiful woman among the 8 concubines stood on the platform and entered the 8th eye from the 9th eye. No one in the Ancient Order tomb was more familiar with the 8th map than Wang Lin. Wang Lin moved very fast. There were 3 sealed lands on the 8th map, and what was interesting was that these 3 sealed lands were all marked with ancient characters: God, Demon, and Devil. If it was before, Wang Lin would have chosen the place marked with the ancient God seal. However, right now, he didn't hesitate and headed straight for the ancient Demon seal. With an accurate target, Wang Lin didn't waste any time. After 1 hour, he gradually closed in on the ancient Demon seal. At this moment, Devil Master 9 Heavens and the others were slowly approaching based on their intuition. Wang Lin estimated that he only had 1 hour. After 1 hour, they will catch up. 1 hour is very short. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He saw a huge vortex before him. This vortex was hundreds of thousands of feet wide, and there was a faint rumble coming from it. There was a dense demonic energy coming from it. Before it even got close, this demonic energy was enough to make one's mind tremble. As he got closer, Wang Lin could clearly feel that there was a powerful life force inside this demonic energy. It's a living, ancient demon. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at the vortex. At the deepest part of the vortex, there was a vortex with a figure sitting inside. There was also a seal around the vortex. It was this seal that prevented the ancient demon from coming out and made it seem like it was sleeping. The demonic energy here was very dense, and the life force made it clear to Wang Lin that not only was the ancient demon alive, it was also extremely powerful. Even if it wasn't a 9-star ancient demon, it was at least 8-star. Wang Lin frowned, but he soon relaxed and revealed a gloomy smile. He carefully jumped off the platform and put it away before stepping into the vortex. The moment he entered the vortex, whistling sounds echoed in his ears. The demonic energy inside the vortex was like tough silk that wrapped around Wang Lin as if it wanted to tear him apart. After just 1,000 feet, Wang Lin found it difficult to move forward. He was less than 1% of the way to the center of the vortex. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the ancient god stars between his eyebrows suddenly appeared. Wang Lin's eyes quickly rotated as the ancient god power entered his body. He gritted his teeth and took a few more steps forward. Each step covered 1,000 feet, and in the blink of an eye, he was 10,000 feet into the vortex. This was his limit, but he still had some strength to move forward. However, Wang Lin didn't do that. Instead, he sat down inside the vortex and adjusted his breathing. His right hand formed a seal, and the Devil's Soul bottle appeared. He extracted the Devil's Souls inside and poured his ancient god power into his body. At the same time, Wang Lin's left hand reached out and grabbed some of the ancient demon aura. The three of them quickly fused. The strange power appeared once more and was quickly pressed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. The moment the rune appeared, it was immediately erased by Wang Lin. He moved faster and faster, not pausing at all as he repeated this action. Gradually, the ancient demon aura in the vortex was extracted by Wang Lin, and the ancient devil souls in the Devil's Soul bottle slowly decreased. More and more runes appeared. Time passed, and more than half an hour had passed. The number of runes Wang Lin had created had reached thousands, thanks to the ancient demon aura. His hands moved faster and faster, almost turning into shadows as he extracted the ancient demon aura, extracted the devil's souls, and fused them with ancient god power. Wang Lin was already very familiar with this series of actions. Faster. Although his speed at creating runes was very fast, he was still far from the number of runes needed for a rank 9 platform. Also, Wang Lin could sense 4 auras rushing over from the distance. They seemed to have locked onto his position and were moving faster and faster. Not long after, there was a roar from the distance, and a platform that was 70,000 feet wide appeared. There was a beautiful woman in pink standing on the platform. She had a flirtatious expression, and before she arrived, she was already laughing. Her laughter was like a moan, and there was an indescribable charm to it. When it entered Wang Lin's ears, it caused his mind to tremble. In his mind, he could vaguely see the beautiful scenes of him and Lu Mei in Rosefinch's tomb. His mind suddenly trembled, causing Wang Lin's face to turn pale. His gaze was cold as he stared at the rapidly approaching platform and the woman on it. With the determination he had gained from 2,000 years of cultivation and the pain he had suffered from what had happened in Rosefinch's tomb, he forced down this indescribable emotion. His gaze became colder and colder. The moment the woman closed in, Wang Lin took a step back and charged into the depths of the vortex. As the vortex roared, he moved another 1,000 feet and sat down cross-legged. He did not even look at the woman outside the vortex. He closed his eyes and continued to make runes. So it's you, little fellow. Unfortunately, Big Sister already has 2 Senator otherwise, I really wouldn't want to hurt you. The woman in pink covered her mouth and laughed. but there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. She glanced at the vortex that seemed to contain an ancient demon, and there was a serious expression in her eyes. Her laughter seemed normal, but it contained a Dao technique. However, Wang Lin was only confused for a moment before immediately waking up. She couldn't help but have a strange thought. Could it be that this little fellow has never been close to a woman in his life? The woman's eyes lit up and she licked her lips. Her laughter became even more charming as she stepped into the vortex and charged toward Wang Lin. At the same time, in the distance, Devil Master Nine Heavens put away his platform and stepped forward. His expression was gloomy, and he quickly closed in on the vortex. He was going to the hospital to take care of the old man. Chapter 1466. One of the 8 concubines and Devil Master Nine Heavens stepped into the vortex and charged at Wang Lin from 2 different directions. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he stared at the 2 of them. His body didn't move, and his hands continued to fuse the ancient demon and ancient devil auras into a mark between his eyebrows. He wasn't afraid of them knowing what he was doing. Even if they knew, aside from Tuo-san, no one else could do it. He actually made his own rune. When Devil Master Nine Heavens saw this, his pupils shrank, but he didn't stop. He crossed 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye. However, his movements were gentle. It was obvious he had seen the ancient demon figure in the depths of the vortex and had some speculations. It was as if he didn't want to disturb the other party. The woman in pink also saw Wang Lin's actions. She was startled for a moment before understanding everything. She shook her head and quickly closed in. This vortex was extremely powerful, and the deeper they went, the more difficult it was to move forward. At this moment, Devil Master Nine Heavens and the woman in pink slowed down a bit, but they were still moving forward. The ancient demon aura here caused all spells to be affected. However, the 2 of them had high cultivation levels, so they moved forward more than 7,000 feet. They were getting closer and closer to Wang Lin. Wang Lin stared at the 2 of them. When they were less than 1,000 feet from him, Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved it. The Devil's Soul bottle floated before him, and a large amount of ancient devil souls erupted from it. At the same time, Wang Lin's ancient god stars rotated rapidly, and a powerful ancient god force came from between his eyebrows. The moment it fused with the Devil's Soul, the vortex contained too much ancient demon aura. When the ancient god aura and ancient devil aura fused, the ancient demon aura and ancient devil aura became one. The power of the 3 clans suddenly turned into the strange power that could form runes. Wang Lin let out a roar, and this power rapidly shrank until it surrounded Wang Lin. In an instant, countless runes appeared on Wang Lin's body. It wasn't just the space between his eyebrows. All of this happened in an instant. It was unbelievably fast. Devil Master Nine Heavens and the woman in pink's expressions changed. They no longer cared about disturbing the sleeping ancient demon and charged at Wang Lin. At this moment, the whirlpool closed in. It was Great Desolation who appeared and stepped into the whirlpool. Behind Great Desolation was the white-robed woman. She frowned, put away the platform, and walked into the whirlpool. As Devil Master Nine Heavens and the woman in pink closed in, Wang Lin sneered. "You're too late." Wang Lin's entire body shook. He didn't care about the other party's rapid approach at all. The runes that appeared on his body were shaken off and floated outside his body. At the same time, Wang Lin waved his hand, and a large amount of runes appeared. At this moment, Wang Lin jumped up and waved his sleeves. The 80,000-foot platform appeared. The moment the platform appeared, it absorbed all the runes Wang Lin had made. It began to tremble violently, and golden light swept in all directions. Thunderous rumbles echoed in all directions. After the 80,000-foot platform absorbed all the runes, it began to expand. 82,000 feet, 84,000 feet, until it reached 90,000 feet. Every rank 9 platform. The moment the platform appeared, the golden light disappeared and became colorless. Not only that, but the platform trembled even more violently. Wang Lin immediately stepped forward and stood on the Rank 9 platform. Rank 9 platform. There was a flash of coldness in Devil Master Nine Heaven's eyes, and he desperately charged forward. The woman in pink's expression also changed, and she charged forward. There was also great desolation. Greed appeared in his eyes as he charged forward. Only the white-robed woman silently retreated, as if she was withdrawing from the competition. However, just at this moment, a shocking change occurred. An earth-shattering howl came from the ancient order tomb. This sound was very far away, but in the blink of an eye, it was right next to one's ear. In the 9th map of the ancient tomb, Tua's son was charging forward with a roar, but his expression suddenly changed. He immediately stopped and dodged to the side. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the endless void before him. He could clearly see a giant arm stretch out from the fog and sweep past Tua's senator, although it did not touch Tua's son. The shockwave created by the arm landed on Tua's son's body. Even with his powerful physical body, he was blown back by the shockwave and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was not easy for him to stop. Tua's son raised his head fearlessly and revealed a rare expression of shock as he stared at the giant arm that was rapidly flying away. The arm rumbled as it swept through the ancient order tomb toward the 8th map. At the same time, in the 1st map of the ancient tomb, another huge arm stretched out from the sea of fog and swept through the area. There were dozens of cultivators who were still in the 1st map. They were running through the fog, but in the blink of an eye, their ears were replaced by a monstrous roar. Before they could react, the huge arm swept past them with loud booming sounds. Their screams of death were drowned out by the roar, and it didn't spread out at all. After the arm passed by, none of the dozens of cultivators survived. Even their platforms collapsed and died. The speed of this arm was more than 10 times faster than the arm on the 9th map. It was like a mountain that swept by with the speed of a 3rd-step arcane void cultivator. In the blink of an eye, it swept through the 2nd map, then the 3rd, then the 4th, all the way to the 7th map. All the cultivators in the map who were within the path of the arm had no chance of dodging it. They all collapsed and died as soon as the arm swept past. Some of them had even reached rank 4, but their fates were no different. They all collapsed and died. It was like the end of the world, the end of the ancient order tomb after the rank 9 platform appeared. The 2 arms that appeared in the ancient order tomb were like the arms of a giant. They waved above their heads as if they were going to clap. They were so fast that they could only be described as an instant. The moment Wang Lin's rank 9 platform appeared and Devil Master 9 Heavens and company rushed out, the 2 giant arms swept through the entire map and appeared on the 8th map. The roar that entered the ears of Devil Master 9 Heavens and company were caused by these 2 giant arms. It was impossible to describe the shock they felt when the 2 arms appeared. Each arm was hundreds of thousands of feet thick, and they moved at a speed that no one could react to before they appeared outside the ancient demon vortex. The 2 giant arms came from both sides of the vortex. The moment they touched the ancient demon vortex, the vortex collapsed with a bang. It could not resist at all. As the ancient demon vortex continued to collapse, the 2 huge arms closed in. As the vortex collapsed, they swept across the crowd and slammed towards the first Tier 9 platform in the ancient tomb. The woman in white had already retreated, so she was the furthest away. She dodged the arm in shock, but she was still hit by the shockwave. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and was thrown back. Great Desolation wasn't so lucky. He was the last one and the closest to the arm. He was shocked and couldn't dodge. The arm smashed into his body and turned him into minced meat. Even Miao Yin's avatar's body, which was at the 3rd step, couldn't withstand a single blow from this arm. Esteemed Great Desolation let out a miserable scream, and his soul flew out. Just as he was about to escape, the shockwave from the arm swept by like a gust of wind and blew his soul away. Although all of this took a long time, it all happened in an instant. The arm charged at the rank 9 platform behind Devil Master 9 Heavens and the woman in pink. Devil Master 9 Heavens' face instantly turned pale. His face was originally changing between a young man and an old man, but at this moment, it was fixed on the old man. His hands formed a seal before him and collided with the incoming arm. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Devil Master Nine Heavens coughed out blood. His appearance rapidly changed from an old man to a middle-aged man, and then he turned into a young man. At this instant, all the avatars Devil Master Nine Heavens had created died one by one. Their deaths gave Devil Master Nine Heavens a chance to live. Devil Master Nine Heavens, who had turned into a young man, disappeared and reappeared. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he quickly retreated. His eyes were filled with terror. As for the woman in pink, her expression also changed. She formed a seal with her hands and spat out a cloud of pink mist. There was a black ribbon inside the mist, and she grabbed it. She coiled it around her body, and as the arm swept toward her, she dodged 10,000 feet to the side. However, she was still hit by the arm's fingers, and she coughed up blood as she retreated, injured. In another direction, the other arm from the ninth map swept past the ancient Fey vortex. It swept past the chaotic vortex in the depths of the vortex where the ancient Fey was slumbering and directly shattered the seal on it. The moment the seal was crushed, the sleeping ancient demon suddenly opened his eyes. There were 8 half-stars rotating in his left eye. He had awakened. The moment the giant arm swept past his body, the awakened ancient demon let out a sharp roar. As he roared, his body became transparent, allowing the arm to pierce through his body and reach the rank 9 platform. 2 giant arms appeared on both sides of the platform and landed on the first rank 9 platform. The platform trembled and collapsed layer by layer, turning into countless pieces of rubble. The arms pierced through everything and slammed into Wang Lin's body. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the arms slowly separated. It was as if the void was a piece of paper that had been torn open by the 2 arms. Inside the crack was a strange world. Wang Lin's face was pale. He wasn't injured at all by the palm, but what had just happened had shaken his mind. Chapter 1467. The upheaval inside the Ancient Order Tomb caused the rift to open. All the fog inside the Ancient Order Tomb began to churn and move in all directions. The changes inside caused the outside world to tremble. At this moment, outside the Ancient Order Tomb, the rift that had disappeared suddenly reappeared. As it reappeared, the endless fog that had been outside seemed to synchronize with the fog inside the Ancient Order Tomb. Thunderous rumbles echoed as if the fog was colliding with each other. The moment the crack appeared in the ancient star system, the fog seemed to be pulled toward the crack by a powerful force. It was as if the crack had become a big mouth, and the fog was sucked toward the mouth. In an instant, a majority of the fog was pushed back, and the rest was still being pulled into the Ancient Order Tomb. In the ancient star system, on a dead planet not far from the Ancient Order Tomb, Great Desolation's original body was slightly pale. He suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a ruthless gaze. He had cultivated for his entire life and loved to break oaths. However, everyone who knew of his hobby had died, so no one else knew of it. Although he had some friendship with the second-generation Vermilion bird, that friendship was nothing compared to the benefits. It was precisely because of his ruthless nature that he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. He let out a cold snort and flew toward the stars. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was outside the ancient tomb that was rapidly absorbing the fog. His body floated inside the fog like a motionless mountain. He coldly stared at the rift for a moment, and then there was a flash of decisiveness in his eyes. There's no restriction on the cultivation level of the person who enters. Great Desolation silently pondered a bit, and then stepped into the rift without hesitation. At the same time, as the rift in the ancient star system sucked in the fog, far away in an illusory, purple sea, there was an old man sitting at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, his eyes suddenly opened and revealed a cold gaze. Great Desolation dared to steal my avatar, and that Wang Qi ruined my plans. Now that this ancient tomb has changed drastically, There is no longer a restriction on the cultivation level of the person who enters. The old man pondered for a while, then waved his right hand in front of him. Immediately, the sea waves rumbled, and a gate formed by the sea waves appeared in front of the old man. The old man stood up and walked towards the door. His figure suddenly appeared outside the crack of the ancient tomb. At this moment, the space before the old man distorted and seemed to be divided into 9 parts. Illusory worlds appeared, and a person directly walked out from the 9 distorted worlds. This person was an ancient, middle-aged man with a slightly dark face. After he appeared, his gaze was like lightning as he looked at Tao Master Miao-yin. Old Taoist Miao-yin, who hasn't left the purple sea for tens of thousands of years, has also come to this muddy water. Since you can come, I can also come. Miao-yin's voice is hoarse as he slowly says. The two of them look at each other and no longer say anything. They look at the crack that is devouring the mist and ponder. Great desolate poison has already gone in. A moment later, Miao-yin suddenly says, "Could it be a trap?" Devil Master 9 Heavens frowns and slowly opens his mouth. "It shouldn't be. Do you think a cultivator who can set up a trap in the ancient order tomb would do something like this?" The two of them looked at each other and revealed determined gazes. "I'll help you seal the old poison, and I'll take 60% of what you obtain." "Fine, but you have to give that little fellow to me." After the two of them reached an agreement, they turned into 2 rays of light and charged toward the rift that had devoured all the fog. However, just as they were about to enter, the ancient star system trembled. A mighty pressure suddenly gathered from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant palm print that floated in the air. This palm print was so big that it seemed to be able to cover the entire star system. Tao Master Miao-yin immediately stopped and looked up at the palm print. Devil Master 9 Heavens frowned an undetectable amount and also stopped. Under the palm print, strands of black gas appeared out of thin air and intersected to form a blurry shadow. It was a person wearing a black robe. His whole body was covered in black, so it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. The battle is about to begin, so nothing can happen to the two of you. It's best not to go to this ancient order tomb. After a brief moment of silence, the rift didn't shrink, but floated there as if it was waiting for a cultivator to enter. Tao Master Miao-yin suddenly said, "Are you sure there will be an accident? I haven't figured it out yet." The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and gave off an ancient aura. "No problem, there won't be an accident. Even if there is, you'll have a way to save us." Tao Master Miao-yin turned around and entered the rift with a step. Devil Venerable 9th Heavens gives a smile on his face. He folds his hands towards the black-robed man and says smilingly, "Looks like you've recovered more than half from your injuries. If something unexpected happens this time, I'll have to trouble you." Devil Venerable 9th Heavens does not hesitate. With a shake of his body, he steps into the crack. After his body has entered the crack, it still does not disappear. Instead, it remains in the shape of a crack, as if it is eternal. The blurry black-robed man stands there silently. After a long time, he lets out a soft sigh. "I hope there won't be an accident." 2 of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, Arcane Void, Great Desolation, Zhou, and the 2nd Ancient Celestial Sovereign. These people occupy 30% of my ancient star system's power. I'm still not at ease with all of them entering the ancient order tomb. Inside the ancient order tomb, the 2 giant hands swept by and destroyed the first rank 9 platform. At the same time, they opened a rift that seemed to lead to another world. Wang Lin's face was pale, and he didn't hesitate. The moment the rift appeared, he stepped into it. The people outside, including Devil Master 9 Heavens and the woman in pink, could only watch as Wang Lin disappeared. They didn't dare to move an inch under the pressure of the giant hands. The moment Wang Lin entered the rift, the 2 giant hands slowly dissipated into specks of light. However, the crisis wasn't over. The ancient demon that had its seal broken revealed a red glow in its eyes. It licked its lips and let out a sharp roar. The moment Wang Lin entered the rift, the ninth map appeared in his mind. However, the ninth map was no longer useful. At the same time, the ancient voice slowly entered Wang Lin's mind. The rank 9 tomb has opened. You are my inheritor. You may enter the reincarnation gate and enter my heavenly palace. However, the heavenly palace has been sealed by my enemy. You must have enough cultivation and great luck to enter. I only have one chance in my life, but I don't regret it. That cultivator from the Dao sect turned to the left and blocked my path of retreat. Dao Ili Guang shot out my left eye. That left eye contains half of my life's memories and thoughts of my hometown. Inheritor, if you can become an ancient immortal, if you can. The voice dissipated and the last two sentences were very vague. Wang Lin's vision blurred. When his vision cleared, he was inside an incomparably large palace. This palace was like a starry sky, and it was difficult to see the end of it. The entire palace was dazzling and gave off an endless sense of majesty, but there was also a gloomy aura. This gloomy aura came from the 4 rows of corpses before Wang Lin that were formed by countless cultivators. Each row had nearly 1,000 cultivators, and they were all standing there bleeding from their orifices. Their eyes were wide open and filled with killing intent. These people's clothes were very strange and very different from what Wang Lin had seen before. The material of their clothes was like flowing water, as if they were alive. Wang Lin had only seen the same clothes on the outsiders in the Scatter Thunder clan when he was collecting the Eternal Thunder Feast. There were flashes of green flames above their heads, and the sound of them burning could be heard, lighting up the hall. Good people! Wang Lin's body floated in the air as his gaze swept past these cultivators. These people had all become lamps. These burning flames were formed by the oil from their corpses, fusing with their origin souls to form the candles. Looking at all of this, the gloomy feeling became even stronger. Wang Lin's gaze followed the direction of these cultivators. In the distance, there was a tall stone platform. At the top of the stone platform was a giant throne. There was a giant crack from the bottom of the stone platform to the bottom of the throne. There was still a shocking aura left behind. It was as if someone had used a sword or arrow to break through all barriers in the world and charge at the person on the throne. There was no one on this chair except for a round ball of light that emitted a gentle light and floated quietly. There was a furnace about 1,000 feet wide, standing in the middle of the 4 rows of cultivators. There was burning incense floating inside the furnace, and it flew into the sky. Wang Lin's body gradually flew higher as he pondered. His gaze moved past the giant stone platform and gradually saw a small portion of the palace. Behind the stone platform was another giant furnace. Around the furnace were 4 rows of cultivators that were motionless. Their expressions were ferocious, and there were also flames burning above their heads. There was a furnace in all 8 directions around the stone platform, and there were countless cultivators. Wang Lin was shocked as he looked at everything before him. After a long time, he took a deep breath. What he could see at this moment wasn't the entire palace. Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved it. A gust of wind swept by, and a blinding light covered most of the palace, allowing Wang Lin to see everything even further away. The moment he saw what was in the distance, Wang Lin's pupil shrank. Chapter 1468. He saw that behind the tens of thousands of cultivators, there was a mountain of corpses. The corpses were piled up like a mountain. The countless corpses and blood had already dried up. They formed 8 towering mountains, and the gloomy aura became even stronger as Wang Lin looked at them. However, this wasn't the end. As Wang Lin's gaze swept out, he saw even more, and his mind trembled. Behind the mountain of corpses, there were 8 gigantic dragons that were tens of thousands of meters long. These dragons had their mouths wide open and were filled with ferocity. However, at this moment, all of them had been turned into stone. However, there was a strange power surrounding their bodies, causing them to float in the air. The dragon heads were only facing the stone platform, as if they were roaring at the person who once sat on the throne. Behind the dragons were giant war chariots that were 10,000 feet wide. These war chariots looked terrifying and were covered in spikes. They were also covered in dark brown blood. It was clear that they had used a lot of power in the past. Around the war chariots floated many cultivators on flying swords. Their bodies were also petrified, but they maintained their posture in the air and revealed killing intent. Behind them, at a glance, there were hundreds of thousands of cultivators in all directions. These people all maintained the same posture as when they were alive, charging forward as if they had gone mad. There were so many cultivators that it seemed endless. Within the crowd of cultivators were nearly 100 towering figures. Their backs were to the stone dais, and they waved their hands as if to drive. Off in the distance, 8 enormous figures appeared, each as tall as the temple itself. They charged toward the cultivators in front of them and began a frenzied slaughter. As he continued to look, Wang Lin's mind trembled even more. He gradually saw a very unique cultivator sitting at the very front of the throne. This cultivator held an umbrella in his hand and floated in the air. Although his body was petrified, his left hand was raised and pointing at the throne. Behind him, as Wang Lin's gaze swept by, he saw the last person standing in the palace. This was a cultivator with his eyes closed. He floated in the air with his left hand stretched out into a fist, as if he was grabbing something. His right hand was bent as if he was pulling something. If one were to place a bow in his hands, he would be pulling it. Inside the quiet palace, only the sound of candles burning could be heard. After a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at the giant stone platform below. He pondered for a moment before slowly landing on the stone platform. Standing there, Wang Lin looked at the countless cultivators below. Their ferocious expressions and crazy killing intent seemed to gather on Wang Lin. The killing intent from all directions seemed to become corporeal as it closed in. Wang Lin subconsciously took a few steps back and stopped in front of the throne. His face became even more pale. In particular, in front of him, there was a huge crack that extended from the bottom of the stone platform. The monstrous killing intent within it was like a flying arrow whistling over from afar. It was breathtaking, and it passed by countless cultivators, chariots, and the 3 ancient clans. In the end, it made a huge crack on the stone platform, and it headed straight for the person who had once sat on the throne on the stone platform. While he pondered, there seemed to be a force pulling Wang Lin's voice from when the platform leveled up 5 times. This force slowly entered Wang Lin's body and caused him to slowly sit down on the throne. The moment he sat down on the giant throne, Wang Lin's body trembled and rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he became an ancient god that was thousands of feet tall. 6 ancient god stars appeared between his eyebrows and rotated rapidly. Just at this moment, a demonic aura came from the throne and rushed into Wang Lin's body. It stopped in his left eye and formed 6 illusory stars. In an instant, a monstrous demonic aura came out from the throne and rushed into Wang Lin's body. It gathered in his right eye and formed 6 illusory stars. Even though the stars in his eyes were illusory, when they appeared, they intersected with the 6 stars between his eyebrows and rotated in exactly the same trajectory. At this instant, Wang Lin's mind rumbled as if time was rapidly reversing in his body. He gradually forgot everything, and a sense of majesty spread out from his body. This majesty was a domineering aura, a might that could fight the heavens. It was an aura that would coldly stare at the heavens, even if the heavens collapsed. He calmly looked ahead, and his expression slowly became calm, but the majesty became stronger and stronger. As it continued to accumulate, the current Wang Lin gave off an aura that would cause even a 3rd-step cultivator to tremble before him. The first person to feel this aura was esteemed Ling Dong, who was inside the Emperor Furnace. He had been suppressing Zhou Jin with all his strength and cooperating with the Emperor Furnace to refine her. However, just at this moment, when the domineering aura began to accumulate, esteemed Ling Dong's expression changed greatly. Fear appeared in his eyes, and he gave up all his actions. His body was forced out of the Emperor Furnace, out of the stars, and out of Wang Lin's body. It was as if he didn't come out, his body would explode from this pressure and his soul would be destroyed. There was a flash between Wang Lin's eyebrows, and the stars rotated. Esteemed Ling Dong walked out and immediately knelt on the platform facing Wang Lin. It wasn't until he knelt down that the pressure dissipated a bit, but it was still powerful. It was as if countless mountains were pressing down on his body. He was not a third-step cultivator, but a mortal. He trembled and didn't even dare to raise his head. There was still a third-step cultivator, Zhou Jin, inside the Emperor Furnace. He was arrogant and would never yield. Even refining him would be extremely difficult. If it wasn't for esteemed Ling Dong suppressing him and the 8 drops of poison around him, he wouldn't have given up so easily. However, at this moment, the pressure from Wang Lin's body caused the burly man's face to turn pale. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. This pressure caused the 8 drops of poison around him to loosen, causing a flaw to appear in the 20 sealed ancient leaves. The moment everything loosened, Zhou Jin charged out of the Emperor Furnace and appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. The moment he appeared, the shocking pressure from Wang Lin landed on Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin's expression changed once more, and he subconsciously retreated a few steps. His eyes were filled with monstrous fear. This aura made him afraid, made him tremble, and made him feel like he would collapse with just one thought. It was as if before this person, even though he was a third-step Nirvana Void cultivator, he was still an ant. Not even the 5 masters of the ancient star system could make Zhou Jin feel this way. It was as if before a person with such an overbearing aura, all living beings in the world would be terrified, tremble, and have to kneel before him. If they didn't kneel, they would die. The pressure that had been accumulating from Wang Lin hadn't erupted yet, but it had already reached an indescribable level. It was extremely overbearing, like an emperor. Even the heavens seemed to have to bow before him. Even the earth had to bow down and worship him. Zhou Jin's body trembled, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He retreated a few steps, and the pressure descended, causing popping sounds to come from his legs. It was as if a force was pressing down on his shoulders, forcing him to kneel and yield. However, it wasn't Ling Dong. He hadn't been refined. As a third-step cultivator, as the ancestor of the Heavenly Wolf clan, he didn't kneel to the heavens or worship ghosts. The stronger the pressure, the more he struggled. The burly man's eyes were bloodshot, but he stubbornly didn't kneel. He clearly knew that it was impossible for Wang Lin to gain such a powerful aura in such a short period of time. He could tell at a glance that this aura didn't belong to Wang Lin, but was borrowed by the person before him. Wang Lin had borrowed power from this strange throne. This aura, this pressure, could dissipate at any moment, but if he yielded before it dissipated, a flaw would be left in his Tao heart. He would never be able to walk out of the shadow of a third-step cultivator kneeling before someone. Not only would his cultivation level not increase, but he would likely end up like Ling Dong and become Wang Lin's slave. As he struggled, the burly man's roar echoed inside the quiet palace. Large amounts of sweat appeared on his forehead, and popping sounds came from his body. His legs trembled, but he clenched his teeth and endured. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto his clothes, dyeing them red. However, just as Zhou Jin gave everything he had to endure, the borrowed aura from Wang Lin seemed to have reached its end. At the moment the stars in his eyes and between his eyebrows began to rapidly rotate, the 18 stars suddenly stopped. The moment they stopped rotating, the aura and pressure accumulated inside. Wang Lin's body erupted like crazy. This pressure was several times stronger than before, 10 times, or even 100 times stronger. It swept out in all directions and charged into the entire palace. Zhou Jin coughed out blood. His mind felt like it was being torn apart, his Tao heart shattered, and all his perseverance collapsed. In his eyes, Wang Lin was like an undefeatable emperor who revealed a domineering aura that could make the world tremble. With a thump, the burly man from the Celestial Wolf clan knelt down. Like Ling Dong, he trembled and didn't dare to raise his head. He submitted. Wang Lin didn't seem to notice any of this. His gaze seemed to pierce through Ling Dong and Zhou Jin as he looked ahead. In his eyes, all the cultivators around the stone platform seemed to have gone back in time and returned to countless years ago. The slaughter shook the heavens. What moved were not the people outside the stone platform who had died a long time ago, but Wang Lin's mind and eyes. Scenes that had been buried in time appeared in his eyes. In one of the scenes, an umbrella was opened. Under the umbrella, a middle-aged scholar silently looked at the existence on the throne through the countless cultivators charging forward. He raised his left hand and pointed forward. Hee, please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 1469. This finger moved the earth. In Wang Lin's eyes, the earth around the platform trembled and roars echoed. The tens of thousands of cultivators charged at the platform like crazy. They set off a storm as they charged at the platform. Behind the tens of thousands of cultivators, there were more than 10 times as many cultivators. They all let out roars and charged forward as if they weren't afraid of death. Even further away, huge war chariots emitted loud, rumbling sounds as they slowly approached. Rays of light that were enough to destroy everything held out. Just at this moment, a giant rift seemed to be torn open in the sky above the palace. Nearly 100 members of the 3 ancient clans descended from it. Their appearance caused the world to collapse, and their roars instantly drowned out the slaughter of the countless cultivators here. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the nearly 100 members of the 3 ancient clans landed on the ground. Spells, physical strength, magical treasures, and all sorts of other attacks were unleashed. Nearly 100 members of the 3 ancient clans were fighting against hundreds of thousands of cultivators. This scene was extremely realistic. It was as if Wang Lin had stepped back in time and appeared on the battlefield of the past. He calmly sat there, just like the person who once sat here and coldly looked at everything before him. A confident and domineering aura continued to accumulate inside his body. At this moment, it was as if Wang Lin had become another person. The world rumbled, and 8 giant figures that were as tall as the heavens appeared from the crack in the sky. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the 8 giants descended on the ground. Their appearance immediately caused chaos. These 8 giants possessed extremely powerful physical bodies. Whenever they waved their arms, wind and lightning would appear. Large numbers of cultivators would be knocked back while coughing up blood. Some cultivators' bodies would directly explode and they would die. However, just as the 8 giants appeared, the cultivator holding the umbrella in the distance let out a roar. The world twisted and turned into a mirror. Roars came from the mirror, and 8 dragons flew out. They had ferocious expressions and let out heaven-shaking roars at the stone platform. From the looks of it, they were going to break through all obstacles and devour the stone platform. It was an indescribable feeling. Perhaps it was because the illusory image was too real in Wang Lin's eyes, or perhaps it was because the force he borrowed had fused with his body, causing Wang Lin to turn into the man who once sat on this throne and fought against the heavens. He slowly raised his arm and suddenly clenched his fist. Then, he punched the air in front of him. God tremble, soldier formation. With one punch, the world in the illusory picture rumbled. A shocking shockwave spread out from this punch. The thousands of cultivators in front of the seats in the picture all trembled. As popping sounds echoed, the thousands of cultivators coughed out blood and their bodies twisted strangely. It was as if a vortex had appeared out of nowhere around them. Their bodies were pulled by the vortex, and as if they had lost control of their bodies, they lined up neatly in 4 rows. It wasn't just this one spot, but all the tens of thousands of cultivators at the front of the stone platform coughed out blood. Their bodies strangely changed directions and lined up neatly. A death aura filled the area. All the cultivators in the group had their inner palaces shattered, their origin souls shattered, and all their vitality was destroyed by this punch. Wang Lin's fist stopped in the air and slowly retracted. He slowly unclenched his fist and casually waved it forward. Demonic spell, Fire Beacon Mountain. As he waved his hand, a thick flame appeared above the heads of the tens of thousands of cultivators. This flame was green and looked like demonic fire. When it appeared, billowing smoke rose into the air. From afar, it looked like the smoke of beacons shooting into the sky. With a wave of his hand, the rising smoke seemed to be swept away by a gust of wind and shot toward the hundreds of thousands of cultivators below. The smoke passed through their bodies and formed 8 smoke mountains around the stone platform. The moment the smoke mountains formed, a powerful suction force came from them. This suction force was extremely powerful and seemed impossible to resist. It quickly pulled in the hundreds of thousands of cultivators. No matter how they resisted, they couldn't break free. In the blink of an eye, miserable screams echoed, and the hundreds of thousands of cultivators were devoured by the 8 smoke mountains. When the smoke dissipated, the 8 smoke mountains turned into mountains of corpses. After a punch and a wave of his hand, Wang Lin's right hand stopped in the air. He stretched out his index finger and pointed forward. Demonic Tao, reverse life and death. These unfamiliar words slowly came out of Wang Lin's mouth. With a wave of his finger, the giant chariots behind the hundreds of thousands of cultivators trembled. A ripple spread out from Wang Lin's finger, shaking the world. As the ripple spread out, the life force inside the chariots began to reverse and turn into an aura of death. The chariots suddenly stopped moving and froze in place. As the ripples continued to spread, the 8 giant dragons that were roaring at the stone platform trembled. Under the spell of the demonic Tao, they were unable to resist at all. All the vitality in their bodies turned into death aura. The reversal of life and death, the conversion between life and death, was completed in an instant. The 8 dragons remained in the same position as before. They floated in the air and remained motionless. They weren't the only ones. All the cultivators touched by the ripple experienced the same thing. Their life force turned into an aura of death, and they instantly died. God, demon, devil, ancient Tao, no celestials. Wang Lin muttered as his finger formed a palm, and he gently pushed forward. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly. They became 6 stars, then 9 stars. Even the 12 stars in his eyes increased greatly. As they rotated, they reached 18 stars. 9-star ancient god, 9-star ancient demon, 9-star ancient devil. The power of the 3 clans seemed to fuse at this moment. They turned into ancient power that entered Wang Lin's right hand. As he pushed forward, a giant shadow appeared before Wang Lin. This shadow only had a head, but just the head alone was as tall as the sky. It gave off an ancient aura that was as old as the stars themselves. However, it was a bit blurry, so it was impossible to see its true appearance. After the head appeared, it opened its mouth and spat out a breath. The breath was like a violent wind that swept forward. Wherever it went, the bodies of the dead cultivators stiffened, and some even showed signs of petrification. At that instant, the middle-aged scholar holding the umbrella on the opposite side of the stone platform let out a soft sigh. As he held the umbrella in his right hand, a 7-colored light spread out from the umbrella. The 7-colored light was like a rainbow, and the moment it intersected with each other, it was as if it had turned into a colorful sun. The 7-colored light quickly spread out in all directions. The power of the ancient order collided with the 7-colored light, causing the world to tremble. However, just at this moment, a thunderous roar echoed. The cultivator with his eyes closed behind the person holding the umbrella took out a large bow with 9 seals. The bow was made of bone, with the sun and moon engraved on the bow and the sky engraved on the end. It was unknown what the bowstring was made of, but it gave off an ancient aura. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator pulled the bow into the shape of a full moon. A black arrow with 9 feathers appeared in the bow. The shaft of the arrow was covered in scars, as if it had experienced countless battles over the years and killed countless cultivators. There was a shocking killing intent gathering on it. Close your eyes and pull the bow, then let go and open your eyes. With a bang, the arrow shot out from the bow, and with an indescribable presence, it charged forward with a howl. It was so quick that it caused the sky and earth to shatter. A huge crack was also formed on the ground, and it charged forward with the arrow. The arrow tore through everything in its path in midair. As it moved forward, wind and thunder roared. It was as if the light from the sun had suppressed all the sounds in the world and replaced everything as it shot through the air. It penetrated the 7-colored light from a man holding the umbrella, penetrated the destructive aura from the head formed by the ancient order spell, and penetrated everything. It was as if not even space, not even time, not even anything could stop this arrow. A thunderous rumble, a sharp sound, and a howl echoed as the arrow charged into the ancient aura. It seemed to burn as it broke through the aura and stabbed into the left eye of the illusory head. The arrow directly pierced through the left eye of the head. One could clearly see the left eye on the tip of the arrowhead, dripping with blood. As the arrowhead shot forward, it pierced through heaven and earth, pierced through the palace, and disappeared into the void. Intense pain rushed out from Wang Lin's body like a wave. This pain felt like it was going to tear his memories apart. As the arrow flew by, blood flowed out from Wang Lin's left eye, and the 9 demon stars he had borrowed collapsed. Thou Mark Li Guang shot out my left eye. That left eye contains half of my life's memories and my longing for my hometown. The voice that had appeared before appeared in Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, under the intense pain, he seemed to have completely forgotten himself and turned into ancient Dao Yimo. Give me back my left eye. Roars echoed in the world. As they roared, the aura exuded by the gigantic head tumbled forward with a bang and destroyed the 7-colored art of the man, holding the umbrella. Bitterness appeared at the corners of the man holding the umbrella. His body gradually lost all signs of life and turned into a statue of stone. Even his umbrella was petrified. As the aura swept by, it penetrated the middle-aged man and landed on the cultivator that shot the arrow. The cultivator silently pondered and closed his eyes. His body instantly turned into a stone person, maintaining the posture he had when he was alive. I completed my appointment with you. The moment he closed his eyes, he said his first and last sentence. Recommended against the heavens' new work. Chapter 1470. Wang Lin sat on the stone throne, and before him, Ling Dong and Zhou Jin were still kneeling. They could clearly feel the pressure coming from Wang Lin's body reach a heaven-shaking level. This pressure made them feel terror and shock, and they didn't dare to raise their heads. They also couldn't see the bright red blood flowing out from under Wang Lin's left eye. In truth, the inheritance had already begun the moment Wang Lin sat down on the chair. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin sat there motionlessly, and the images in his mind continued to flash by. It was unknown how much time had passed in the images. All the cultivators around the stone throne were silent, and only the flame of the human lamp continued to burn endlessly, shrouding the surroundings in an illusion. On this day, a figure wearing a 7-colored Taoist robe appeared from an unknown place. He stood before the middle-aged cultivator, holding the umbrella, and silently pondered for a long time. I've accepted 3 sons in my life. You're the most. The 7-colored cultivator let out a sigh as he walked past the middle-aged scholar. He stood before Li Guang, who was holding the bow in the same position as when he was alive. I'll keep my promise with you. Once the heavenly Tao matures, I'll return this bow to your sect. The 7-colored cultivator took the heaven-shaking bow from Li Guang's hand. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. Without hesitation, he took a step forward. He was so fast that he had reached his limit. Ancient Tao, no celestials. These ancient words appeared in Wang Lin's mind. The moment these words appeared, a change that Wang Lin couldn't understand occurred. Just these 4 words caused the 7-colored cultivator's expression to change once more. You're not dead. The 7-colored cultivator was surrounded by 7-colored light as he retreated and coughed out a mouthful of blood. With one step, he disappeared without a trace. The images in Wang Lin's mind dissipated. His body trembled and the confusion in his eyes disappeared. He gradually became sober. The moment he became sober, the borrowed aura rushed out of his body as if it wanted to return to the throne and disappear. At this instant, a powerful rejection force came from the chair as if it wanted to push Wang Lin off. It was as if there was a will inside the chair that made it so that aside from the person from back then, no one else was qualified to sit on it. Before, when Wang Lin sat down, the will hadn't awakened. However, as the demon and devil auras entered his body, the images appeared in his mind, and he awakened after the images collapsed. The will awakened. After this will awakened, this rejection force suddenly appeared. Not only did it want to push Wang Lin out, it also wanted to withdraw the aura that had entered Wang Lin's body. It was as if this will didn't want Wang Lin to have this aura. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, but he didn't have time to think. He subconsciously wanted to keep the aura in his body forever and not let it spread out. This created a fierce conflict with the throne. Under the powerful rejection force, Wang Lin let out a roar and the veins on his face swelled. He didn't let himself leave the throne at all. He had a feeling that if he was pushed off the throne, the borrowed aura would instantly collapse. If he wanted to stay, he had to sit on the throne. Time slowly passed. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In just 3 breaths of time, Wang Lin seemed to have reached his limit. The origin energy in his body quickly cycled to resist the rejection force that was becoming stronger and stronger. At the same time, he absorbed the borrowed aura like crazy. Because he had awakened, the number of ancient god stars between his eyebrows had returned to 6. However, as he rapidly absorbed the aura, the 7th star was about to appear. In his right eye, the power of the ancient devil revolved, showing signs of becoming a devil star. The 4th breath. The moment Wang Lin forcibly resisted the rejection force for 4 breaths of time, his mind rumbled, and the 9 maps that had appeared due to the platform's upgrade all collapsed. As the maps collapsed, he saw a boundless area below the maps. This area was made up of 6 maps. There was another world below the 6 maps. This world was made up of 3 maps. This ancient order tomb didn't only have 1 floor, but 3. Everyone who had entered the ancient order tomb was only on the 1st floor. The entrance to the 2nd floor was behind Wang Lin, the oval light above the throne. In this chair, if the first level of the ancient tomb was compared to an array formation, then this chair would be the center and center of the array formation. At this instant, Wang Lin saw that the 2nd floor was filled with countless mournful souls. What shocked him even more was that some of these souls gave off a pressure comparable to Tao Master Blue Dreams. In the depths of the 2nd floor, there was a blurry place with an indescribable, heaven-shaking aura that seemed to be sleeping. Once one entered the 2nd floor, this powerful existence would awaken. At that time, even someone with Tao Master Blue Dreams cultivation might not be able to survive. This was only the 2nd floor. There was still the 3rd floor. Wang Lin sat on the throne as if he was sitting at the center of the formation. His divine sense fused with the formation and passed through the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. However, just as his divine sense entered, a roar that seemed to have been suppressed for countless years came from the 3rd floor. Wang Lin's divine sense immediately collapsed due to this roar. However, although his divine sense collapsed, he still saw a giant heart in the middle of the 3 maps on the 3rd floor. The heart was pounding and gave off the aura of inheritance that Wang Lin was certain of. He even had a feeling that as long as his body touched the heart, he would be able to obtain the complete ancient order inheritance. At this moment, the aura that had surged into his body from the chair he was sitting on came from the heart through a strange method that was connected to the chair and surged into his body. Now that this aura was rapidly being absorbed, once it left his body, Wang Lin would have to break into the second floor and then the third floor to obtain the inheritance. Not to mention him, none of the cultivators in the tomb could do something like this. Various thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind. His eyes were filled with madness, and he made up his mind not to let this borrowed aura leave his body. The fifth breath, Wang Lin's eyes turned red and revealed a ferocious gaze. The seventh ancient god star between his eyebrows absorbed the borrowed aura like crazy. Since it entered my body, it belongs to me, Wang Lin. How can it come and go as it pleases? When Wang Lin awakened, the pressure from Ling Dong and Zhou Jin quickly dissipated. This gave them the courage to raise their heads. Zhou Jin struggled to raise his head, but Wang Lin didn't stop. Just at this moment, Wang Lin raised his right hand without hesitation. He borrowed the aura that hadn't completely dissipated to shoot out like lightning and point at Zhou Jin's forehead. When his finger landed, Zhou Jin coughed out blood and was knocked back. A tattoo appeared between his eyebrows. The tattoo of the ancient slave. The two of you, turn your Joss flames into your full power to seal this throne and help me obtain the inheritance. Quickly. Wang Lin's words were extremely fast. The moment he spoke, he closed his eyes and quickly sealed his body to prevent the borrowed aura from dissipating. At the same time, he completely fixed his body to the throne. The sixth breath, Ling Dong didn't hesitate to get up and move to the left of Wang Lin. His hands formed a seal, and his right hand pressed down on the throne. He continued to summon the Joss flames in his body. At the same time, he raised his left hand and pressed down on Wang Lin's body to resist the rebound force from the throne. In an instant, esteemed Ling Dong's hair moved without any wind, and his clothes were torn. A powerful force came from Wang Lin's body and entered his body. Esteemed Ling Dong's expression changed, and he clenched his teeth to endure it. The Heavenly Wolf Clan's Zhou Jin was forced back by Wang Lin's finger. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with struggle. However, the more he struggled, the more the ancient slave tattoo between his eyebrows shined. The seventh breath, Zhou Jin's face was pale, and he silently moved to the right of Wang Lin. He followed Wang Lin's order and used all the Joss flames in his body to help seal the throne. Like Ling Dong, his right hand pressed down on Wang Lin's body to share the powerful rebound force. Zhou Jin's mind trembled, and he felt the powerful force. He let out a roar and took a step back with his right foot. It was as if his foot had grown from the ground, and he persisted. Wang Lin closed his eyes and continued to seal his body to prevent the borrowed aura from retreating. However, his left eye was filled with pain. The 9 ancient demon stars had collapsed, and there was no longer any ancient demon aura left. What he was blocking was the ancient devil aura in his right eye and the ancient god aura between his eyebrows. The 8th breath, the rebound force from the throne, had reached a level that could shake the world. Popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, his expression was extremely fierce. "I don't believe it." Wang Lin let out a roar, and the ancient god power in his body surged like crazy. He collided with the rejection force from the throne again and again. Blood flowed out from the corner of Ling Dong's mouth. His body trembled, and his face was pale. Zhou Jin also clenched his teeth, and blood flowed out from his mouth. However, he continued to share the endless force from the throne with Ling Dong. The 9th breath, Wang Lin's body continued to tremble, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Although he had the help of 2/3 step cultivators, the rebound force from the throne was becoming more and more intense. It was as if his body was going to collapse. The ancient devil aura and ancient god power in his body surged like the tide, wanting to rush out of his body and return to the throne. Once they returned, Wang Lin's inheritance would have to follow the normal path. He would need to enter the 2nd and 3rd floors. enter the heavens palace where the heart was, and experience unimaginable danger to obtain it. The 10th breath, Wang Lin coughed out blood. The longer he lasted, the more he absorbed, and the more benefits he would receive. The 7th ancient god star between his eyebrows rapidly rotated and became more and more clear. It was only a bit away from forming. However, just at this moment, a huge change occurred. This god has finally found this place. This is the place that Dam 2C wants to return to even in his dreams. Wild laughter rumbled from the end of the palace where the stone platform was. The void there distorted, and Tuo Sen's figure was crazily trying to break through the distorted space and charge in. As he charged in, the distorted space was pulled into a convex shape like a net. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Tuo Sen was bombarding the void with punches. His blood surged as he unsheathed his sword, dyed it with the blood of the moon, and erupted. The matter of the ancient order tomb was about to end. Who could say he wouldn't be able to return to the inner realm by the end of the month? There was no need to wait at the end of the month. He would return within a day. Currently, the Renegade Celestial was only 80 votes away from first place. Chapter 1471. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the illusory net in the void of the palace in front of him. He stared at Tuo Sen, who was roaring and waving his fists behind the net, trying to break the net and enter the palace. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at the illusory net. Time slowly passed. 11 breaths, 12 breaths. San's breath. These 3 breaths seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, but to Wang Lin, each breath was like a pause in time. It was like 3 long centuries of loneliness. The powerful repelling force from the throne roared like a storm. With each breath, it increased in strength, as if it was going to collapse Wang Lin's body. Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth again. The veins on his face bulged, just like the rhythm of his heartbeat. A low roar came from Wang Lin's nose and mouth. The origin energy in his body had been pushed to the limit. Even though he had the body of an ancient god, there was an unbearable pain in his meridians. It was as if he continued, his meridians would explode. Even his blood vessels, bones, internal organs, and all his flesh would shatter and become a pile of meat paste. As he roared, there was only one thought in Wang Lin's mind. He could not let the borrowed aura leave his body. He could not. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Once he gave up, once he was pushed away by the repelling force of the throne, he would lose this rare opportunity. Wang Lin would not allow this to happen. The 6 ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly. The 7th star slowly formed and became clearer. A blinding light came from the 7th star, becoming more and more dazzling. In his right eye, there was a vortex of demonic energy. As it rotated, there was a faint demonic star. In an instant, the moment San's breath left his body, a blurry demonic star appeared in his right eye. This was the first ancient demon star. Although it was still blurry, its appearance seemed to have come out of nowhere. It was proof that Wang Lin's aura had dissipated when he fought against the throne. It was just that the price for San's breathing was too great. Loud popping sounds came from within Wang Lin's body. The flesh and blood below his waist couldn't withstand the pressure and burst apart. Large amounts of blood stained the seat, revealing the white bones beneath. This kind of pain was monstrous and not something an ordinary person could endure. In fact, just thinking about it would cause one's mind to tremble. This little bit of pain is nothing. It's nothing compared to the calamity I faced back then. Wang Lin clenched his teeth, and a cold smile appeared on his face. At this moment, under Wang Lin's gaze, Tuo Sen's roar became even clearer within the illusory net above the palace. The roar was like a sharp sword propping up the net as it closed in on Wang Lin's stone platform. As Wang Lin sat there, he could clearly see Tuo Sen within the net. Tuo Sen's expression was ferocious, and his roar shook the heavens. The 8 stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly, emitting an ancient aura. His fists were like a storm as they danced in the air. Every time they landed, the illusory net would tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. 14 breaths, 15 breaths. After 2 breaths, the rejection force within the throne increased by several-fold. It was like a pair of merciless hands were waving at Wang Lin, trying to drive him out of the throne. 16 breaths. When the 16th breath arrived, the rejection force within the throne seemed to have reached a certain peak. It suddenly turned, and the rejection force dissipated for a moment. Instead, it turned into a suction force that disappeared in an instant. The rejection force beneath Wang Lin dissipated, but he did not relax. Instead, his pupils shrank. This was the calm before the storm. After the calm, the world would be destroyed. Ling Dong, Zhou Jin, resist with all your might. Wang Lin roared without hesitation. The throne was not only trying to absorb Wang Lin, but it was also trying to absorb the beating heart that was connected to the third layer through a strange method. Suddenly, an even more powerful aura erupted from the heart, and it broke through the air and rushed into the throne. The instant the aura rushed in, the suction force from the throne dissipated, and what replaced it was a rebound force that was 100 times stronger than before. Although this rebound force only appeared for an instant, it destroyed all the flesh and bones in Wang Lin's lower body. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Wang Lin's legs collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. At the same time, esteemed Ling Dong, who was sharing the rebound force, trembled violently, and his entire left hand shattered. He was even pushed back several steps by this force. He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent tumbling back again. Although he retreated, he still strictly obeyed Wang Lin's orders. His hands formed a seal, and a giant, black statue appeared around him. This black statue was the Ling Dong clan's devil god. It opened its arms and pressed down on Wang Lin's body. The Heavenly Wolf clan's Zhou Jin's face also turned pale, and cracking sounds came from his right arm. The bones in his right arm instantly shattered, and the flesh and blood in his right arm collapsed. He retreated a few steps and coughed out blood. He let out a roar, and a blood-red wolf appeared behind him. The blood wolf let out a roar and passed by Zhou Jin. It took Zhou Jin's place to share the destructive force from Wang Lin's body. Esteemed Ling Dong and Zhou Jin shared nearly 70% of the force from the throne. Only 30% fell on Wang Lin. It was because of these two that Wang Lin would not have lasted 16 breaths of time. Although the throne had erupted with 100 times the force, the inheritance aura inside had also become 100 times stronger. When it collided with Wang Lin's body, some of it directly rushed into his body. As this aura rushed into Wang Lin's body, his body rumbled. The seventh star that was about to form between his eyebrows shined brightly and rapidly appeared. From the looks of it, in 3 breaths of time, the seventh star would completely appear. The seven-star ancient god was about to appear. Tuosen's roar became even more clear. The illusionary net seemed to have been pulled to its limit and was getting closer and closer to Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 10,000 feet away. Tuosen's body continued to grow as he moved forward until he was tens of thousands of feet tall. His fists were like meteors, and the illusory net could no longer withstand the pressure. Fine cracks appeared on it. Open for this god. Open. Open. Tuosen didn't seem to notice Wang Lin's existence. As he roared, his fists moved even faster, and his expression was ferocious and filled with excitement. Damn ancient Tao. This inheritance should belong to this god. In this world, aside from me, no one else is qualified, yet you insist on using these obstructions. Have you gone crazy? Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, his lower body had collapsed, leaving only his upper body upright. However, this pain was nothing, and Wang Lin didn't care at all. As long as he could retain the aura inside his body and become a 7-star ancient god, he could instantly recover. The recovery ability of a 7-star ancient god was far beyond that of a 6-star ancient god. 17 breaths. The 100-fold rebound force increased once more. Although it had only increased by a few times, it was still 100-fold. As a result, this rebound force was so powerful that even if Tua's son was sitting here, his body would collapse and he would die. This powerful rebound force appeared, and Wang Lin's body trembled as he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His expression was ferocious, as if he had gone crazy. Since you Yimo can make the share, why can't I, Wang Lin, do it? I'm going to do it. Let's see how you're going to stop me. The rebound force was like a tsunami that passed through Wang Lin's body and entered the statue created by Ling Dong and Zhou Jin. The devil god statue trembled and then collapsed into countless fragments. Ling Dong coughed out blood as he was thrown off the platform. What fell on the ground was Ling Dong. Zhou Jin's blood wolf howled in pain as if it had been swept away by a gust of wind. Popping sounds rang out from within Zhou Jin's body as he was sent flying several thousand feet away. He fell to the ground with a bang. The two of them had shared most of the rebound force for Wang Lin and couldn't help him in a short period of time. Right now, everything depended on Wang Lin. 17 breaths. One breath seemed slow, but in reality, it was extremely fast. Just as Ling Dong and Zhou Jin were sent flying back, the terrifying 17th breath arrived. At this moment, the Tua Sin's roar shook the world. The illusory net could no longer withstand it and began to collapse. Tua Sin's body was about to rush out, and he was less than 5,000 feet away from Wang Lin. After 17 breaths, the rebound force that was already hundreds of times stronger than before increased several-fold. With Wang Lin's current state, he couldn't resist at all. The seventh star between his eyebrows was rotating rapidly and had mostly formed. In another 2 breaths, it would completely appear. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion in front of him. With a loud bang, the petrified body of an ancient god that was several thousand feet in the distance flew up with a loud bang. It was instantly grabbed by Wang Lin and smashed towards Tua's son, who was about to rush out of the illusory net. With a loud bang, the rebound force that had increased several-fold surged towards Wang Lin. At the same time, the petrified body of the ancient god that Wang Lin was holding smashed into the illusory net. It smashed into the body of Tua's son, who was about to rush out with indescribable excitement. At the same time, the moment Wang Lin smashed the petrified body, the rebound force that had surged into his body enough to cause him to collapse was released into his right hand. It quickly passed into the petrified body of the ancient god and smashed it towards Tua's son. The rebound force was too great for Wang Lin's right arm to bear. The moment he swung the petrified body, his right arm collapsed. Even so, the petrified body was like a rod that could break the heavens, and it crazily vented the rebound force onto Tua Sen's head. A shrill scream came from Tua Sen's mouth. A heaven-shaking sound came from Tua Sen's body, and he coughed up blood as he was sent tumbling back. Wang Lin, thank you, fellow Taoists, for today's eruption. I'll definitely let everyone have a good time watching today. Right now, I've finally reached the top, but the gap is too small. However, the hardcore votes have all been used up. I implore the neutral fellow Taoists who are still watching to vote for me, and give me some Joss flames. Chapter 1472. Tua's son was outside, so he had no way of knowing what was happening inside the palace. He spent a great deal of effort to forcefully break open the restriction outside the palace and peeked out. However, before he could clearly see what was happening, his vision immediately darkened. A giant ancient god's body was smashing toward him. All of this happened too fast, and Tua's son didn't have time to dodge. He could only raise his right hand and use his powerful 8-star ancient god body to resist. However, he didn't expect the powerful force coming from his body to be so terrifying. The powerful force rushed into Tua Sen's body like crazy, and the bones in his right arm broke. Tua Sen's body was knocked back, and he coughed out blood. At the same time, he clearly saw Wang Lin sitting on the stone thrown behind the net he had broken. With Tua's Sin's help, Wang Lin paid the price of his right arm to pass the 17th breath. The seventh star between his eyebrows rotated, and he could clearly see it forming. It was moving toward the final point. The terrifying 18th breath descended. At the same time, Tua's son, who had been smashed by the ancient god body and coughed out blood, clearly saw the seventh star between Wang Lin's eyebrows that seemed to be breaking out of a cocoon. No one understood Wang Lin's ancient god body better than Tua's senator the moment he saw this. He knew everything. He also knew that Wang Lin was experiencing the inheritance that he thought belonged to him. You stole my inheritance of memory, and now you want to steal the ancient inheritance. Tua Sin's eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to have gone crazy. When the 18th breath arrived, he ignored his injuries and charged forward. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he closed in on the net he had broken and was about to enter. At this moment, when the 18th breath arrived, the rebound force from the throne could no longer be calculated. It swept across Wang Lin's waist and quickly spread to his entire body. In an instant, it reached his chest. His flesh was torn and his bones exploded. Popping sounds came from his remaining left arm. The moment it collapsed, Wang Lin revealed a crazed expression and his left hand pointed to between his eyebrows. 20 ancient leaves flew out and he waved his left hand. The 20 ancient leaves turned into rays of black light that shot forward. After completing this last action, his left arm collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. Seal, Ling Dong, Zhou Jin, stop this person. The speed of the 20 ancient leaves was extremely fast. Just as Tuasan was about to rush out of the broken net, the 20 ancient leaves sealed him and collided with his body. However, Tuasan was so strong that not even the realm-sealing formation could stop him. The moment the ancient leaves sealed him, he threw a punch with his right hand. With a deafening roar, out of the 20 ancient leaves, 3 of them were instantly reduced to dust. Tuasan's right hand reached out from the collapsed ancient leaves and mercilessly reached toward the side. He was about to tear it open. Ling Dong clenched his teeth and ignored his injuries. His hands formed a seal, and he waved his hand. A monstrous, purple sea containing countless Joss flame souls rushed out and charged forward. The burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan also jumped into the air and roared. Wolves worship the moon. At the instant his voice left his mouth, illusionary wolves appeared around Zhou Jin. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of thousands of them, and they filled the sky. Above the palace, a blood-colored moon appeared out of thin air. These hundreds of thousands of illusionary wolves let out mournful howls and jumped into the air. They turned into smoke and fused with the blood moon. Smoke filled the air and shot toward the blood moon. After absorbing hundreds of thousands of smoke signals, the blood moon descended toward Tua Sin's outstretched fist. 2 early-stage Nirvana Void cultivators used their most powerful spells at the same time. They turned into a destructive force that shot toward Tua's sun. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The moment Ling Dong's Joss Flame Sea collided with Tua Sin's fist, the blood moon smashed down. Tua Sin's right hand had to retreat. However, the moment he withdrew his right hand, Tua Sin's head came out from the gap and let out a roar that shook the entire palace. Ancient God Roar. This roar was like thunder that echoed across the entire palace. The ancient god power fused with this roar and formed a storm. This storm was filled with madness and tyranny, and as it swept by, Ling Dong coughed out blood once more. The purple sea before him collapsed and he was knocked back. He no longer had the power to fight. The blood moon around Zhou Jin of the Heavenly Wolf clan began to distort and miserable screams came from within. The smoke that had fused with the blood moon collapsed layer by layer. In an instant, even the blood moon was torn apart and disintegrated. Zhou Jin's face was pale and his chest caved in. He coughed out blood as he was knocked back and landed on the ground. The storm formed by the ancient god roars swept through the palace. The bodies of the cultivators collapsed one by one. The 8 bodies turned to dust, and even the 8 dragons disintegrated. Only the bodies of the 3 Ancient Order clansmen didn't collapse under this roar. Tua's son was crazy, just like he had roared before. Wang Lin had stolen his memory inheritance, and now he was going to steal the ancient inheritance. How could he not be crazy? He was even willing to be seriously injured to take back what he thought belonged to him. When Ling Dong and Zhou Jin couldn't stop him, Tua Sin's arms reached into the gap in the ancient leaves and was about to rush in. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened extremely quickly. Wang Lin's body that was frozen on the throne continued to collapse due to the rebound force of the 18th breath. His chest and left arm disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only a head was left floating above the throne, and it was firmly connected to the throne by a will. However, this collapse didn't end. The 18 breaths seemed to be extremely slow, as if there was no end. Cracks appeared on Wang Lin's head and chin. His lips, nose, eyes, and everything else disappeared in an instant. Only the 6 stars between his eyebrows continued to rotate rapidly. Just as the collapse was about to destroy Wang Lin's ancient god stars, Wang Lin's origin soul was hidden inside. The 7th star suddenly flashed with a blinding light, and a vast amount of ancient god power burst out from the 7th star like a tide. As it exploded out, the 7th star went from illusory and blurry to corporeal. It had completely and utterly appeared. The moment the 7th star appeared, the rotation of the 7 stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows slowed down. The 7 stars turned into a vortex and rotated once. An ancient god aura that was much more powerful than when Wang Lin was at 6 stars erupted from the 7 stars. Wang Lin's head came out from between his eyebrows. His closed eyes, nose, and lips appeared. It was as if his complete head had been reborn. At the same time, the 7 stars rotated a second time. Wang Lin's neck, chest, abdomen, arms, and his entire upper body appeared out of nowhere. His bones appeared first. Then his flesh and blood appeared. Every strand of muscle contained a great deal of ancient god power, and every inch of bone contained a majestic ancient god aura. The stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows rotated a third time. His lower body suddenly appeared. This reformed ancient god body was no longer thousands of feet tall, but 10,000 feet tall. 10,000 feet tall ancient god. 7-star ancient god. 10,000 feet tall royal 7-star ancient god. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened. He was still sitting on the chair and hadn't left at all. The 7 stars between his eyebrows suddenly began to rotate rapidly. Bursts of ancient god power filled his body. At this moment, Wang Lin felt like he could blow up a cultivation planet with one punch. At this moment, the black tortoise's strongest attack that the 2nd-generation vermilion bird had taught him on the great emperor planet filled his mind with his comprehension of the Tao of strength. If this was it, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the inheritance's spells appeared inside the chair. These spells were like broken divine sense that charged toward Wang Lin. They entered his mind and became his own memories. At the same time, perhaps because Wang Lin had sat on the chair for 18 breaths, the moment his 7-star ancient god body reformed, his divine sense formed an inexplicable connection with the chair. This connection was extremely strange. Not even Wang Lin could figure out how it had appeared in a short period of time, and he didn't have the time to ponder it. It was because of this connection that the chair seemed to turn into a platform. As Wang Lin sat on it, the entire 3rd floor of the ancient order tomb appeared in his mind. His divine sense was magnified countless times by the chair in a way he didn't understand. He felt that there was a will inside the ancient order tomb. This was the will of the ancient order tomb. It was also the will left behind by ancient order Yemo. Wang Lin's divine sense continued to be magnified and fused with this will, and it spread out like crazy from the palace. The first to come into contact with it was Tua. Senator Tua Sin's roar suddenly stopped, and his body trembled. His eyes were filled with terror. In the ninth map, the charming woman in pink had a gloomy expression as she charged forward. The restrictions she used to control Ta Sun had loosened for some reason, and this made her feel very uneasy. I didn't expect a little ancient god like him to enter first, but I have Ta Sun, so it's not like I don't have a chance. However, why has the restriction loosened? She frowned and pondered as she moved forward. Suddenly, the woman's body trembled. The space turbulence in the ninth map in front of her seemed to be swept away by a gust of wind. She looked up, and her expression changed. She could clearly feel a divine sense that made her tremble just now sweep past her. The power of this divine sense caused the woman's mind to rumble. She stood there in a daze for a long time before she recovered. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Whose divine sense is this? Could it be that ancient Order Yi Mo wasn't killed by the celestial sovereign? Ta Sun's star was a mess. It wasn't 9 stars, it was 8 stars. I have already corrected it. Please forgive me. Chapter 1473. His mind was muddled, and he had actually remembered Ta Sun's star incorrectly. It was not 9 stars, it was 8 stars. Sweat. Also in the ninth map, Devil Master, 9 Heavens Avatar's eyes lit up, and he quickly moved forward. His original body had already entered the tomb, and although Wang Lin had taken the initiative, he wasn't worried at all. Steal it. Even if you steal everything, you won't be able to leave this tomb alive. There is a flash of coldness in Devil Master, 9 Heavens' eyes. However, just at this moment, the void before him rumbled, and countless chaotic flows scattered. In an instant, a powerful divine sense swept by Devil Master, 9 Heavens' avatar and spread far away. However, this sweep caused Devil Master, 9 Heavens' avatar to tremble. His mind trembled and his expression changed greatly. At that moment, when the divine sense swept over him, he even had the illusion that all his secrets had been discovered by that divine sense. Terrified, Devil Master, 9 Heavens' avatar stopped in the air and his eyes were filled with shock. At that moment, his scalp went numb and he felt like his soul was about to leave his body. This was the only time he had felt something like this before he became a third-step cultivator. Who the hell is this divine sense? Devil Master, 9 Heavens' face was pale as he stared at the void before him. For the first time, fear appeared in his heart. It wasn't just Devil Master, 9 Heavens' avatar and the woman in pink who felt this. All the surviving cultivators felt this monstrous divine sense sweep by. Their hearts trembled. This divine sense was filled with an overbearing aura, like an emperor looking down on the earth from the sky. In the 7th map, there was an old man wearing linen. His lips had been pierced by 3 needles, and his old face was filled with cruelty. Esteemed Great Desolation, whose original body had entered the tomb, was walking forward. His original body was filled with arcane void cultivation and gave off a heaven-shaking aura that no one could resist. He walked leisurely, crossing a map in 5 steps and heading straight ahead. But at this moment, his body suddenly stopped moving forward, and a bright light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Wang Lin's divine sense, which was fused with the will of the ancient tomb, swept past Great Desolation. Great Desolation's hands formed a seal, and he reached out as if he wanted to pull out this divine sense that shocked him. However, just as his right hand touched the divine sense, a rebound force came out and collided with Great Desolation. A thunderous rumble echoed, and Great Desolation retreated. His expression changed greatly, and his mind trembled. "Who are you, sir?" No one answered him. Their divine senses continued to spread out from the 7th map, then the 6th, the 5th. In the 4th map, 9 Heavens' true self and Taoist Miao Yin moved forward at the same time. Their expressions were calm, and with each step they took, they crossed an endless distance. But all of a sudden, Jiutian original body's expression changed. The old man's avatar has discovered. Before he could finish speaking, he stopped. The divine sense that his avatar had felt before suddenly arrived and extended past him and Miao Yin. Miao Yin's pupil shrank. His mind was shaken by this divine sense. He couldn't help but be shocked and look at Devil Master Nine Heavens. Devil Master Nine Heavens' expression was gloomy, and there was also shock in his eyes. Very strong, very strong. The woman in white, who was ranked third among the 8 concubines, didn't continue forward in the ancient tomb. Instead, she sped up. She crossed one map after another and arrived at the first map. She gave up on obtaining good fortune here and chose to leave. She had a bad feeling. It was as if she didn't leave now, she would be left here forever. As she charged forward, the divine sense suddenly swept past her. The moment it swept past her, it suddenly stopped. The expression of the woman in white changed, and sweat instantly appeared on her forehead. Her body froze, and she didn't dare to move even an inch. Her mind pounded as the divine sense gathered on her body. It was as if her entire body was being seen clearly. Aside from fear, there was also a sense of shame that she quickly suppressed. After a long time, the divine sense slowly moved away from her and spread forward. It wasn't until the divine sense left that the woman in white let out a sigh of relief. Her beautiful face turned slightly red, and after pondering a bit, she looked at the direction the divine sense went with a complicated expression. Wang Lin sat on the chair in the palace, and his divine sense spread out uncontrollably. He saw all the cultivators of the ancient star system, the charming woman in pink, and Devil Master Nine Heavens' avatar. As it spread, he saw exalted, great desolation, Nine Heavens' true body, and old Taoist Miao Yin. Finally, he saw the woman in white. As his divine sense spread out once more, he saw the rift that led to the ancient star system. Wang Lin's divine sense finally stopped next to the rift. At this moment, after fusing with the will of the ancient order tomb, Wang Lin saw something he couldn't see with his current cultivation level. Something that even Dao Master Miao Yin and company couldn't see. This rift was sealed by a powerful spell, making it impossible to close. Outside the rift, the giant palm print still hadn't dissipated and was still floating there. The black-robed figure didn't leave, but silently floated outside the rift. However, just as Wang Lin's divine sense closed in on the rift, the black-robed man suddenly raised his head. His eyes shined brightly inside the black robe. His gaze seemed to penetrate the rift and see Wang Lin's divine sense inside. Silence. The two of them silently looked at each other through the rift. "Who are you?" The two of them spoke almost at the same time. The difference was that the black-robed man's voice was ancient and hoarse, like the sound of rubbing. Wang Lin's words came through the fluctuations of his divine sense and the will of the tomb. It also gave off the feeling that he had lived for countless years. The black-robed man slowly said, "Old man, sovereign of the ancient star system." Inside the rift, Wang Lin silently pondered and didn't send out his will for a long time. The black-robed man frowned and calmly said, "No matter who you are, please let them out. The old man will definitely reward you greatly." Fishing the moon in the well, a very good spell. A moment later, Wang Lin's words passed through the rift and entered the black-robed man's mind. The black-robed man's body trembled, and he waved his right hand without hesitation. The giant palm print descended toward the rift. However, he was a step too late. Wang Lin had fused with the will of the tomb, so he was the tomb. The rift should have closed, but due to an external force, it had remained open until now. However, as Wang Lin moved, a thunderous rumble came from the rift. The force inside the rift couldn't withstand the pressure of the entire tomb, including Yi Mo's remnant divine sense. The rift rapidly shrank. Once it shrank, Wang Lin could use his fusion with the will of the tomb to create a seal so that the tomb couldn't be opened for tens of thousands of years. Make it so that no one who entered would be able to leave. Cut off 30% of the ancient star system's power. The black-robed man let out a low roar and took a step forward. At the instant he closed in on the rapidly closing crack, he lifted his right hand. At the instant he lifted his withered palm, it fused with the descending palm print. It was as if that incomparably large palm print had instantly fused with this person's right palm. As he waved it, it slammed down on the crack. At this instant, the black-robed man's right palm gave off a scorching aura. This heat wasn't fire, it was light. It was the power of origin. The light was dazzling, and the palm landed on the rift. It pierced through and shot toward Wang Lin's divine sense. This palm was very powerful, and the moment it entered the tomb, it caused the entire tomb to tremble. It landed on Wang Lin's divine sense and swept by like a storm. This caused Wang Lin's divine sense to be knocked back. The power of this palm was enough to destroy the world. Its power was already the limit of this star system. However, how could the will of the tomb and Yi Mo's remnant divine sense be so easily destroyed? The moment the palm entered through the rift, a thunderous roar came from the third layer. Outsiders couldn't hear this roar. Only Wang Lin's divine sense could hear it clearly. The roar fused with the will of the tomb and entered Wang Lin's divine sense. This caused Wang Lin's eyes to shine brightly. The moment the golden light appeared in his eyes, the roar that had entered his body through his divine sense seemed to rumble inside his body. It turned into a strange fluctuation that entered Wang Lin's throat. When he opened his mouth, the roar came out like crazy. Roar. The power of one roar. The world changed colors, and it shook the world. The storm covered the sky, and Tua, sun coughed out blood. His body was knocked back, and he used his arms to support his body. In an instant, more than half of his body was separated from his flesh and blood, revealing white bones. What collapsed was the body of an 8-star royal ancient god. The roar came from Wang Lin's mouth and shook the entire tomb. Devil Master, 9 Heavens avatar, collapsed without any ability to resist. The 4th concubine coughed out blood and waved the satin that had allowed her to avoid the giant palm. This satin was given to her by the ancient celestial sovereign. The satin collapsed. The beautiful woman let out a miserable scream, and her body exploded. Her origin soul flew out and used some unknown spell to barely survive after collapsing several times. Great desolation, 9 Heavens' original body, and Miao in all coughed out blood, and their bodies collapsed. Arcane Void cultivators didn't have any ability to resist this roar. However, as Arcane Void cultivators, they had their own life-saving spells. As this roar echoed, the origin souls of the 3 of them survived. They took out their spare bodies, and their eyes were filled with monstrous terror. They didn't dare to continue forward and retreated without hesitation. They were going to leave this tomb. The roar rumbled as it charged at the rift on the first map and collided with the invisible palm print. The power of one roar. Chapter 1474. The palm print didn't resist at all and collapsed like a piece of deadwood. After shattering the palm print, the roar poured out from the crack and landed in the outside world, in the mind of the black-robed man, floating in the starry sky. Roar. This is... The black-robed man's face, which was hidden under the robe, changed drastically. His body trembled violently, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He retreated in a frenzy, but he had only taken 3 steps before his legs exploded. There was no flesh or blood, only white bones. His black robe was torn in half, and he let out a miserable scream as he retreated. The sovereign, the most mysterious cultivator in the ancient star system, the one who had used fishing the moon in the well on Wang Lin, fled like a stray dog. The power of one roar. The power of one roar. Back then, he was forced back billions of kilometers by a roar from someone in the inner realm. Today, he was forced back again by the power of one roar and disappeared without a trace. However, aside from him, no one knew if the roar belonged to the same person or not. The rift that existed in the ancient star system rapidly shrank. Inside the ancient tomb, the woman in white arrived next to the rift with a pale face. However, she was shaken by the roar, and although she had used a special method to preserve her body, she was injured. She could only watch the rift shrink, but she didn't have time to leave. "You helped me once, so I'll help you once." Just as the woman in white was in despair, Wang Lin's divine sense voice entered her ears. The woman in white was familiar with this divine sense. It was the one that made her angry. However, when she heard this voice, her expression immediately changed. "It's you." The moment she spoke, the rift that was about to close suddenly paused. The woman in white suppressed the shock in her mind. She knew that now was not the time to ask questions, so she charged toward the rift. In the blink of an eye, she closed in on the rift and stepped out. She turned around and looked profoundly at the ancient tomb behind her. She could vaguely feel the existence of Wang Lin's divine sense. A complex look flashed across her face. She thought of the place where the divine sense stopped on her body. The shame of being seen all over her body appeared again. She turned around and walked out the crack. The moment he left, the rift suddenly shrank and disappeared from the ancient star system. Before Wang Lin's divine sense retreated, he used the will of this tomb to seal it for tens of thousands of years. The sovereign didn't die after hearing that roar. He must know that the woman in white entered the tomb. If he finds out that she has left, will he become suspicious? If he really becomes suspicious, it won't be a waste of my efforts. Inside the palace, Wang Lin sat on the throne, his divine sense returning to his body. Because his divine sense had fused with the will of the old tomb, there was no longer any repulsive force. He sat there with a calm expression. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at the broken illusory net in front of him, at Tuasan, who was swept away by the force of the roar. At this moment, Tuasan was in an extremely sorry state. His body was a bloody mess, revealing his white bones. The remaining flesh and blood rapidly moved and healed. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Tuasan was seriously injured. If it was anyone else, they would attack without hesitation, but Wang Lin didn't. He was an ancient god, and Tuasan was also an ancient god. An ancient god should have the dignity of an ancient god. If this was a battle before he became a 7 stars cultivator, Wang Lin would have attacked without hesitation. However, right now, he wanted to fight a complete Tuasan. In addition, he had an even more important reason, and he had to do this. Your ancient god stars have shattered many times. Although you use some unknown method to recover them to return to 8 stars, they're still not as good as before. Wang Lin sat on the throne and looked down from above. A domineering aura spread out from his body and entered Tuasan's mind. Tuasan was silent and increased the speed at which his body recovered. Ever since Suzaku escaped, his cultivation had taken over 2C's body. 2C's body was that of an 8-star royal ancient god that had lived for tens of thousands of years. 7 stars rotated between Wang Lin's eyebrows. In his right eye, demonic chi formed a vortex and formed an ancient demon star. However, because the inheritance that Wang Lin obtained did not have the power of an ancient demon, it was not complete. This ancient demon star could not be completely condensed. Unless he had a complete ancient demon avatar, it would be difficult to find an ancient demon avatar anywhere else, but in this ancient tomb, especially in this palace, it could be found. The petrified corpses of the 3 ancient clans that had not dissipated from the previous tremors still remained. Among them, there was an ancient demon corpse that was thousands of feet tall. It maintained its ferocious appearance from when it was alive and was very eye-catching among the corpses of the 3 clans. Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached out. The ancient demon corpse flew up and landed in front of Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right hand pressed down on the ancient demon corpse. Unfortunately, there is no royal ancient demon here. This corpse only has the aura of a royal ancient demon. Wang Lin's right hand pressed down on the ancient demon corpse. His right eye released demonic chi that flowed into the ancient demon corpse through his right hand. The ancient demon aura that Wang Lin had sealed in his body was extremely powerful. At this moment, the ancient demon's petrified body was like a bottomless pit that continued to absorb demonic qi. Wang Lin just sat there as the demonic qi flowed through his right hand like a raging river into his body. His eyes were still focused on the illusory net in front of him and on Tuo Sun, who was rapidly recovering. Giving time to Tuo Sun was not just to give him dignity, but more importantly, Wang Lin needed time as well. He could not get up and leave the throne to fight. Although the throne no longer had the repulsive force, it was also because the repulsive force had dissipated that the inheritance aura that made Wang Lin's eyes red was also gone. Wang Lin had a feeling that if he got up and sat down again, there would be no more inheritance. This was an indescribable feeling that he had obtained after his divine sense fused with the will of the tomb. Therefore, he could not get up, because just the inheritance had allowed him to become a 7-star ancient god. Wang Lin was not satisfied. He wanted more inheritances. He wanted the repulsive force to appear again. Only then would the inheritance aura increase several times and be forced out of the beating heart on the 3rd floor. There was only one way to make the repulsive force appear again. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination. Although Tuo Sun was outside and the repulsive force was extremely dangerous, he was not willing to give up. Therefore, the moment his eyes flashed with determination, he resolutely severed the fusion between his divine sense and the tomb. With a bang, the moment his divine sense and the will of the tomb were severed, a shocking force of rejection erupted from the throne once more. At the same time, the heart in the 3rd layer started beating, and waves of aura of inheritance surged into the throne with loud booming sounds. The strength of a 7-star ancient god far surpassed that of a 6-star ancient god. Wang Lin's body froze, and he did not move an inch. As he resisted the repulsive force, he no longer sealed off the borrowed aura in his body and was worried that it would be taken away. Instead, he let go of everything and reversed his actions. Under the repulsive force of the throne, he actively and forcefully absorbed the inheritance aura that permeated the throne. Last night, he had not slept much in the hospital. In the morning, he had slept for a while before waking up to write. Now that his eyelids were fighting, it would be difficult for him to write any quality. He had unleashed 11,000 words in 4 chapters, except for Tuo Sun's star. It was a mistake. Chapter 1475. The difference between being passive and being active was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not only did it change one's behavior, it also changed one's mentality. 7 stars of the ancient god body had appeared. After 2,000 years of cultivation, Wang Lin's ancient god body had finally reached 7 stars. The body of a 7-star ancient god was not something a second-step cultivator could easily injure unless it was during the ancient god calamity. Otherwise, it would be like the ancient gods back in the celestial realm. They would have to be besieged by countless celestials for several days before they could injure them. It could even be said that the body of a complete 7-star ancient god was comparable to an early-stage nirvana void cultivator. The most important thing was that in the ancient god clan, a 7-star ancient god would enter the period of rapid adulthood. When a 7-star ancient god was a 7-star ancient god, his physical body would continue to grow stronger as time passed. After 5 stars, it was extremely difficult to increase another star. However, once they succeeded, their strength would increase several-fold. At this moment, Wang Lin had his spells, fire and thunder essences, and Dao spells. Although he hadn't reached the 3rd step, he could battle early-stage nirvana void cultivators without being at a disadvantage. Unless there was an accident, he could win. The 7-star Wang Lin wasn't much weaker than the 7-star 2C from back then. Although 2C had the complete inheritance, Wang Lin was the first person in history to fuse a cultivator and an ancient god. Wang Lin even dared to fight mid-stage nirvana void cultivators. Although he would lose, Even mid-stage Nirvana Void cultivators would find it extremely difficult to kill him. Among the third step cultivators, there were Nirvana Void, Spirit Void, Arcane Void, and Void Tribulate. Each realm was split into early, intermediate, late, and peak stages. The difference between each stage was very large, comparable to the difference between Nirvana Cleanser and Nirvana Shatterer. Wang Lin's eyes were like a torch as he calmly sat on the chair. He allowed the rebound force to shake his body like it did at the 18th breath. However, the rebound force that was enough to make his body collapse didn't have much of an impact on his body now. If one were to connect the previous 18 breaths, then it would be 19 breaths, 20 breaths, and 21 breaths. 3 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. The rebounding force increased explosively, and as it battered Wang Lin's body, a rich aura of inheritance filled the air. This inheritance aura was devoured by Wang Lin like crazy. His body and the ancient devil's body seemed to turn into 2 terrifying black vortexes. After the inheritance aura was sucked into his body, it split into 2 and then rapidly withdrew. Because of the backlash from the throne, it was extremely difficult to pull away. However, Wang Lin didn't give up. He knew that if he missed out on this opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to come across another one in the future. 22 breaths, 2 sure sand breaths, 24 breaths. The recoil from the chair had already reached an extremely frightening level. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and Wang Lin's 7-star ancient god body was starting to feel a little overwhelmed. His body trembled and showed signs of collapsing. However, the recovery of 7-star ancient god was far stronger than a 6-star ancient god. The moment his body collapsed, it rapidly recovered. As Wang Lin continued to absorb the legacy aura, a faint cyclone appeared between his eyebrows. This cyclone was the rudimentary form of the 8th ancient god star. Once this star appeared, Wang Lin would become an 8-star ancient god. An 8-star ancient god was an extremely powerful existence among the stars. However, becoming an 8-star ancient god was too difficult. It was far more difficult than forming a 7-star ancient god. Although the cyclone had appeared, if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to see it clearly. Also, if Wang Lin were to relax for even a moment, this almost undetectable cyclone would immediately dissipate without a trace. At the same time, within the corpse of the ancient demon in front of Wang Lin, a vast amount of demon chi rumbled and was madly poured into it by Wang Lin. Even the demon star that had yet to solidify in Wang Lin's right eye was sent into the ancient demon's corpse. In a few breaths' time, the ancient demon's petrified body showed faint signs of recovery. It was no longer as hard as stone, but had become slightly softer. In his right eye, which had originally been dim and lifeless, there was now a dim light slowly flickering. It was as if one could see that a demon star was about to appear within it. It was slowly condensing and becoming clearer and clearer. At this moment, behind the illusory net a few thousand feet in front of Wang Lin, Tuo, his son, was rapidly healing. In a few breaths' time, his body had recovered by 80%. Tuo Sen's body was that of 2C. 2C had been infinitely close to becoming a 9-star ancient god and had reached the peak of the 8-star ancient god realm. He had even been stuck at the peak of the 8-star ancient god realm for far too long. His body alone had reached the limit of the 8-star ancient god realm. In order to break through to the 9-star ancient god realm, 2C had used the ancient god clan's secret skill, the black flow separation. However, this skill had failed, which was why the demonic spirit Tuo San had appeared. The body that Tuo San had occupied had a much higher recovery rate than Wang Lin. If he hadn't been injured by the roar, he wouldn't have taken so long to recover. Recovering to 80% was his limit. The last 20% wasn't a physical injury, but the collapse of his soul caused by the roar. He would need to go into closed-door cultivation to recover, and he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. Tuo San suddenly looked up and the 8 stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly. He stared at Wang Lin, who was sitting on the chair behind the illusory net, and revealed a complicated expression. He could be said to be the person who understood Wang Lin the most in this world. From a little core formation cultivator to a grandmaster of generation, he had given himself enough time to recover. This kind of thing sounded easy, but how many people in the world could actually do it? You want to fight me, so I'll grant you your wish. Back then, the battle outside the realm ceiling formation wasn't exciting enough. Today, we'll fight again at the ancient Tao inheritance ground. As Tua's son spoke, he stepped forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and he stepped into the inheritance palace through the gap in the ancient leaf seal. This was the first time Tua's son didn't refer to himself as a god. This simple title revealed his recognition of Wang Lin as an ancient god. Tua's son had never thought of Wang Lin as an ancient god. Even after he escaped, he still thought that Wang Lin was just a cultivator who had taken his inheritance. Even after Wang Lin became a 6-star ancient god, Tua's son still looked down on Wang Lin from the bottom of his heart. He still believed that Wang Lin wasn't worthy of becoming an ancient god. However, after seeing Wang Lin become a 7-star ancient god, feeling the powerful ancient god power inside Wang Lin's body, and personally witnessing Wang Lin go through an extremely dangerous inheritance and still restore his dignity, he had to accept Wang Lin's identity. Wang Lin was an ancient god like him. There is no hatred between us. This battle is our fated battle, the battle of inheritance. Tua's son's voice was like a wave. He took a step forward, causing the entire palace to tremble. Tua's son's body rapidly grew, and in the blink of an eye, he was 10,000 feet tall. He clenched his right hand into a fist and threw a punch. The body of an ancient god could change size according to one's will. This was something Tua's son could do. Before, Wang Lin couldn't fully comprehend it, but now that he had become a 7-star ancient god, he vaguely felt the edge of it. For example, the 10,000 feet tall body after becoming a 7-star ancient god was no longer the limit of a 7-star ancient god. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning. The moment Tua's son stepped into the palace, his eyes shined brightly and monstrous battle intent filled his eyes. The 7 ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly. The moment Tua's son's fist closed in, Wang Lin raised his left hand and threw a punch without hesitation. 2 ancient gods, 2 gods who were both part of 2C's inheritance, began their second fated battle in the ancient order tomb. Behind Tua's son, he punched out, causing a massive tempest to sweep through the palace. Esteemed Ling Dong and Zhou Jin were forced to retreat. The 2 of them were seriously injured and could no longer fight. They could only sit down cross-legged in the distance and heal as quickly as possible. Esteemed Ling Dong's expression was calm. He didn't care about the result of this battle at all and was completely immersed in cultivating. Zhou Jin had a complicated expression. He had personally witnessed how powerful and different Wang Lin was before and after entering the ancient order tomb. At this moment, he had given up all hope and closed his eyes to begin healing. At the instant Tua's son swung his fist, a gigantic illusory figure appeared behind him. That figure was as tall as the sky and incomparably huge. Its expression was filled with brutality and an arrogance that seemed to look down on all living things spread out from it. The moment it appeared, the palace trembled violently, as if it was going to collapse. This illusory figure was 2C, a peak 8-star ancient god, 2C's shadow. Tua's son was a trace of 2C's demonic will. Although this demonic will had turned from guest to host, his soul and everything was still 2C. At this moment, 2C's shadow appeared behind Tua's son and also threw a punch. It moved like a meteor and followed Tua's son toward Wang Lin. At this moment, a giant shadow appeared behind Wang Lin. This shadow was also 2C. However, compared to the 2C behind Tua's son, this shadow wasn't tyrannical at all. Instead, it was filled with wisdom and vicissitudes. As Wang Lin threw a punch, the 2C shadow behind him raised his left hand and punched forward. If there was a sky, then the sky would change colors. If there were clouds, then the clouds would scatter. This was a fated scene. Looking from afar, the two figures were as tall as the sky. They looked exactly the same. Even the fine cracks on their skin were exactly the same. The two figures were swinging their fists and launching a frenzied attack. The only difference was that one ancient god was as tyrannical as a demon, and the other was calm and wise. Below these two giant ancient gods was Wang Lin and Tua's son. The two of them got closer and closer. In an instant, Tua's son closed in on the stone platform. His right fist descended and collided with Wang Lin's left fist. At the same time, just as the two of them began their fated battle, a beautiful figure appeared outside the illusory net. This figure was the charming woman of the 8 ancient concubines. Thank you to Chopra, Jinyu, and Half-Dream Roar for being part of the 100 Renegade Immortal Alliance. When Wang Lin became a 7-star ancient god in the ancient tomb, he was bestowed with a great opportunity. He was honored by the roar of the ancient gods and blessings. In addition, a fellow Taoist created a Renegade Immortal RPG map for Warcraft. My wife and I want to play for a while. Unfortunately, the two of us were very, very bad. Before we could even react, we were killed by the first wave of monsters. If any fellow Taoist is interested, you can go here and download Xynark. You easy. However, it requires Frozen Throne version 1. 20 to play. Chapter 1476. A thunderous rumble echoed. When Wang Lin and Tua Sen's fists collided, the heavens equal 2C's fist behind them also collided. It was as if the void of the palace was being torn apart. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and 2C's shadow behind Tua's son trembled. His right arm collapsed, and his body was knocked back. His body continued to retreat. Each step was 10,000 feet, and after 4 steps, the ferocious and tyrannical 2C's shadow collapsed. The wise 2C's shadow behind Wang Lin also trembled, and his left arm exploded. He retreated 3 steps, and countless cracks appeared on his body. In an instant, his body shattered into pieces and exploded. The 2 ancient god shadows expanded and unleashed a heaven-shaking impact. A giant crack appeared in the void of the palace, and a cracking sound came from between the 2 ancient god shadows. The crack turned into a ravine that connected the heavens and the earth. As the thunderous rumbles echoed in this fated battle, Tua Sen's fist collided with Wang Lin's. His body trembled and his eyes shined brightly. Countless ripples appeared between their fists like the surface of water. Each ripple contained a terrifying impact, and they rumbled as they tore each other apart. The two of them used different methods for their punches, but they both used their Tao to prove their Tao. The moment Tua Sen's fist landed, he threw out 99 punches in a row. It looked like one punch, but the truth was that his 99 punches were so fast that they fused into one punch. This was Tua Sen's Tao of force, using force to break the heavens. If I can't kill you with one punch, then I'll use 99 punches. All forces converge into one, and I don't need any technique at all. Even if you have endless resistance, you'll still be crushed by these 99 punches that are like layers upon layers of waves. Wang Lin's punch used the Black Tortoise spell he learned from the 2nd-generation Rosefinch on the Great Emperor planet. He fused the rebound force into his fist and borrowed the rebound force to make his punch explode. Simply put, Wang Lin's punch treated Tua Sen like the surface of water. The moment his punch collided with Tua Sen's fist, it created a powerful rebound force. This rebound force was cleverly borrowed by Wang Lin and turned into his own attack. Wang Lin's punch didn't just contain his own power, it also contained Tua Sen's power. Compared to Tua Sen's Tao, to prove his Tao and the 99 punches, Wang Lin's punch didn't just contain 2 types of power. In addition to his own power and the borrowed power from Tua Sen, there was another important force. It was the existence of this force that allowed Wang Lin to face the 8-star Tuo sun fearlessly. This power was the repulsive force that was exploding out from his seat. This force rushed into his body and whistled out through his punch. It turned into a monstrous divine power and collided with Tuo Sen's fist. Blood flowed out of the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. Cracking sounds came from the seat under him, and 3 cracks appeared on it. The moment the cracks appeared, the huge stone platform under the seat began to crumble from the bottom. In the blink of an eye, half of it had crumbled into pieces. Blood also flowed out of the corner of Tuo Sen's mouth. Unlike Wang Lin, his body was in midair, and he couldn't release his power. At that moment, his body tumbled back several thousand feet and approached the illusory net. Nice! Just this method of proving your Tao through strength alone makes you, Wang Lin, qualified to be called an ancient god. As Tuo Sun retreated, the charming woman in the illusory net had used some kind of divine power to reform her physical body. She followed Tuo Sen's connection and found this place. She saw the battle between Tuo Sun and Wang Lin with her own eyes. Her expression changed, and killing intent appeared in her eyes. Her body flashed, and she was about to enter the illusory net to help Tuo Sun kill. However, just as she was about to step into the illusory net, Tuo Sun closed in on her as he retreated. He clenched his right hand into a fist and turned around to throw a punch at the charming woman who was about to walk out of the net. Get lost. Outsiders don't have the right to participate in the battle of the god tribe. The charming woman clearly didn't expect Tuo Sun to attack her. The moment the punch arrived, she immediately formed a seal with her hands and waved them before her. They turned into a spinning ribbon that blocked Tuo Sun's sudden punch. The charming woman was already seriously injured, so she coughed out blood and retreated a few steps. The charm on her face completely disappeared and was replaced by a fierce and shrill voice. Tuo Sun, you dare to defy my will. There was a flash of coldness in Ta Sen's eyes. He sneered and threw another punch at the celestial imperial concubine. He coldly said, "Do you really think this god is a reckless person? If it wasn't for the fact that I need you to heal me, how could this god allow you to control me? Who in this world is qualified to control this god? You are just a plaything of the celestial sovereign, yet you dare to scheme against me." Scram! Thunderous rumbles echoed as the storm formed by Tuo Sen's fist rushed into the illusory net and forced the already seriously injured celestial imperial concubine to retreat again. When she retreated tens of thousands of feet, Tuo Sen's hands grabbed the illusory net and mercilessly pulled. His ancient god power surged into the illusory net and sealed it once more, preventing the celestial imperial concubine from entering. All of this happened in a flash. Tuo Sun turned around and looked at Wang Lin. Now, no one can disturb our battle. Although most of the stone platform had collapsed as time passed, it was already the 39th breath. The rebound force from the throne had reached the limit that Wang Lin could withstand. Even with the recovery of a 7-star ancient god and the 2 essences in his body, it was difficult for him to continue. If he continued, his body would collapse once more and he would die completely. As the rebound force from the throne became even more fierce, the inheritance aura increased greatly and was absorbed by Wang Lin like crazy. The vortex of the 8th star between his eyebrows became more and more clear. The ancient devil's corpse that hadn't been destroyed in the previous battle had its 2nd, 3rd, and 4th devil stars forming in its right eye as demonic energy surged into its eye. As Wang Lin continued to absorb the inheritance aura, blood came out of his left eye and bursts of pain came from it. This ancient inheritance was incomplete because Li Guang had shot out Yimo's left eye. The more he absorbed the inheritance aura, the more pain he felt in Wang Lin's left eye. It was as if he had become the Ancient One from back then, and his left eye had collapsed. Even the world he saw with his left eye became blurry. It was as if Wang Lin's left eye was rapidly disappearing. If this was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, Wang Lin didn't need a mere left eye. However, the ancient one that Li Guang shot out contained half of his life's memories and his longing for his hometown. As a result, under the intense pain from his left eye, Wang Lin's memories seemed to be torn apart. Half of his 1,000 years of memories, including his longing for Li Muin, his hometown, Suzaku, and everyone else, were torn apart. It was as if they were going to disappear with his left eye. "Give me back my left eye." As Wang Lin absorbed the inheritance aura, this roar echoed in his mind. It was at this moment that Tuo San sealed the illusory net. His eyes were filled with battle intent, and he stepped toward Wang Lin. His right hand reached toward the sky, and a thunderous rumble echoed. A spear 1,000 feet long appeared in Tuo San's right hand. The 2C royal family treasure, the god-slaying spear. As he roared, Tuo San held the god-slaying spear in his right hand and tilted it back a bit. All the power in his body surged into the god-slaying spear, and he mercilessly threw it at Wang Lin. The god-slaying spear gave off a dazzling light and gave off a powerful ancient god aura. It shot out like lightning toward Wang Lin. Blood continued to flow out from Wang Lin's left eye and stained his body. The moment the god-slaying spear closed in, Wang Lin raised his head. The world he saw with his left eye was mostly blurry, and the memories in his mind were being torn apart, causing the veins on his face to swell. When the god-slaying spear closed in and Tuo San closed in, the 44th breath of time had passed. The rebound force from the throne entered Wang Lin's body. He closed his eyes and recalled the punch Emo threw from the throne. One palm, one finger. God tremble, weapon cultivation array. With his eyes closed, Wang Lin inhaled as if he was breathing. Blood flowed out from his orifices, but he absorbed a large amount of inheritance aura from the throne. His left hand gently threw a punch. The void in front of him immediately distorted, and waves of ripples spread out in all directions with him as the center. Apart from the 7 rotating stars between his eyebrows, the 8th star had begun to condense, and the cyclone was rapidly taking shape. Although the cyclone was still far from forming the true 8th star, it was like reaching the foundation building stage. Once you reach the foundation building stage, you would have the qualifications to become an 8-star ancient god in the future. The birth of any star required the cyclone to form. Then, as it rotated, it would absorb enough ancient god power to form a star. The god-slaying spear was extremely fast and closed in. It was less than 100 feet from Wang Lin. Wang Lin's hair was pushed back, and the countless pieces of the collapsed platform flew backward, creating a powerful gust of wind. Devil Dao life and death reversal. Wang Lin still had his eyes closed. His left hand formed a fist and pointed forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed as his finger pointed toward the god-slaying spear. The moment his finger touched the tip of the god-slaying spear, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened. At the same time, his divine sense erupted with a bang and charged into the throne without a care for anything else. Under the rebound force from the throne, his divine sense collapsed layer by layer, and through the strange connection between the throne and the beating heart in the 3rd layer, he charged straight towards the heart. The Outer Realm's opening chapter, the first fate battle. When the Outer Realm ends, it will also end with this fate battle. Tomorrow, the 10th volume, Shake the Inner Realm, will begin. Many fellow cultivators asked why it was still the 9th volume, the Peak of the Clouds Sea, even after arriving in the Outer Realm. This was because in Air Jin's outline, the words Peak of the Cloud Sea were divided into 2 parts. The upper part was the Cloud Sea, and the lower part was the peak. Everything in the Cloud Sea was the upper part, and entering the Outer Realm was the lower part. It was the lower part of the peak. There was a lot of content in the 9th volume. Air Jin should have accomplished the words Peak of the Cloud Sea. This volume was very difficult to write. On one hand, he had to write about the structure of the Cloud Sea and the karma before the battle. On the other hand, he had to write about fishing the moon in the well in the Outer Realm. There is also the inheritance of the ancient order tomb, which was very important. All the details, such as the power of the roar, had to be buried ahead of time. Today, he could finally relax. Tomorrow would be even better. Finally, he would give everyone a small guess. Who was the existence that was missing from the ancient order tomb? Guess correctly. No prize. Chapter 1477. One punch, one finger. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, both attacks erupted. The God Tremble punch created boundless ripples that spread out with Wang Lin as the center. The ground around Wang Lin was blown up. Countless pieces of the earth seemed to be peeled off and flew in all directions. Each ripple contained countless vibrations, and they exploded under Wang Lin's punch. The ground of the palace collapsed, and the void was torn apart. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the ground collapsed and the remaining corpses shattered. They formed a giant storm with Wang Lin as the center. This storm roared and charged at Tuo Sun. Tuo Sun let out a roar, and popping sounds came from his body. He struggled to move forward. Wang Lin withdrew his fist, and his finger collided with the tip of the god-slaying spear. A thunderous rumble echoed and suppressed the sound of the storm. It was like a heaven-shaking roar. The god-slaying spear trembled. The god tremble and devil Dao power from Wang Lin's finger landed on the god-slaying spear. This forced the spear to stop. It was as if Wang Lin's finger had become the hardest object in the world and was strong enough to stop the god-slaying spear. The god-slaying spear trembled violently. Aside from a change in life and death caused by Wang Lin's devil Dao finger, it was also caused by the ripples. The ripples spread in all directions and battered the god-slaying spear. Layers of runes appeared on the surface of the spear. These runes flickered rapidly as if they were going to separate from the ripples. The god-slaying spear was the strongest royal treasure of ancient god 2C. As the god closest to 2C, the power of the god-slaying spear in Tuo Sun's hands was only second to 2C's. The moment Wang Lin's finger touched the god-slaying spear, he immediately felt an indescribable force. His finger felt like it was going to collapse, and the force entered his body and caused a thunderous rumble. Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth, but his eyes were filled with determination. His expression was still calm, as if everything was going according to his plan. This included the powerful force coming from the god-slaying spear. At this moment, his divine sense rushed into the throne and followed the strange connection between the throne and the beating heart on the third floor. However, the closer he got, the stronger the rebound was. With Wang Lin's own strength, he couldn't let his divine sense completely touch the heart on the third floor. It was at this moment that the powerful force from the god-slaying spear exploded in Wang Lin's body and spread out through Wang Lin's body. Several cracks appeared on the throne, and the stone platform collapsed a bit more. At the same time, the powerful force from the god-slaying spear was forced into his body by Wang Lin. It turned into a force that pushed his divine sense toward the throne. His divine sense was about to dissipate and was moving very slowly due to the rebound force. However, when he was pushed by this great force, he was like an arrow that had left the bow. He endured the rebound force and broke through everything. He followed the strange connection and entered the third layer. With a bang, he connected with the beating heart in the third layer. Just at this moment, the moment Wang Lin's divine sense connected with the heart, the true inheritance appeared. Wang Lin immediately heard the sound of the beating heart. This sound was like thunder that echoed in his mind. It even affected Wang Lin's heart and caused his heart to beat in the same rhythm as the heart on the third floor. The beating became faster and faster. As the rhythm was maintained, Wang Lin's heart felt a sharp pain, as if it was under extreme pressure. The moment Wang Lin's heart maintained the same rhythm, a strange connection seemed to form between his heart and the heart on the third floor. Waves of memories that made Wang Lin's head ache rushed into his mind. These memories were endless and chaotic. They rushed into Wang Lin like a flood, regardless of whether he could bear it or not. This pain that felt like his soul was about to be torn apart was many times more intense than the first test of the ancient god realm. In this pain, Wang Lin let out a shrill cry. Thump, 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 thump. The heart on the third floor beat faster and faster. At the same time, Wang Lin's heart was also drawn in. As it beat rapidly, if one could see through Wang Lin's body and see the heart on the chest of the ancient god, one could clearly see that his heart was filled with countless blood vessels that were wriggling madly, as if they were about to explode. Large amounts of blood flowed out from the blood vessels and dyed the surroundings red. All of this sounds slow, but in reality, it happened in an instant. As the heart on the third floor beat violently, a sigh seemed to echo in Wang Lin's mind. Then, with a roar, the heart on the third floor released a final burst of power and rushed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin coughed out blood, and countless cracks appeared in his heart. The moment the pain spread through his body, a ferocious expression appeared on Wang Lin's face as the figure of ancient god 2C appeared behind him. This figure's face was also filled with pain, as if it was struggling. However, when a last burst of power from the third floor's heart, the shadow of 2C behind Wang Lin collapsed. It was as if it had been erased from Wang Lin's ancient god inheritance. The moment 2C's shadow collapsed, a giant head replaced 2C and appeared behind Wang Lin. Just this head alone was as big as 2C's entire body. The head was blurry, and it was impossible to see its appearance clearly. However, its left eye was empty, and there was black blood flowing out. At a glance, the head's expression was extremely ferocious. The moment the head appeared and the last burst of power from the third floor's heart entered Wang Lin's body, the stone platform under Wang Lin collapsed. The mountain-like stone platform collapsed layer by layer, and countless pieces of rubble scattered. The stone platform completely collapsed, as if it couldn't withstand the force. Even the chair itself trembled, and more than half of it was destroyed. The armrests were broken, and even the back of the chair was broken in half. Wang Lin's body seemed like it was going to be destroyed by this force. Wang Lin withdrew his left hand from the god-slaying spear and waved it. There was a monstrous blood light, and the blood sword appeared. At this moment, without Wang Lin's left index finger resisting the god-slaying spear, the god-slaying spear flew toward Wang Lin. It seemed like it was going to pierce through Wang Lin's body. There was a flash of blood light. The moment the blood sword appeared, it contained the power that could destroy Wang Lin's body, the impact from the collapse of the stone platform, the destruction of the throne, and the tyrannical aura from the third floor's heart. It charged straight at the god-slaying spear. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. In an instant, the blood sword and god-slaying spear collided before Wang Lin. The god-slaying spear trembled violently, but the blood sword cut through the spear like a hot knife through butter. It flashed through the god-slaying spear like a hot knife through butter. There was a flash of blood light as the blood sword pierced through the god-slaying spear and charged at the roaring Tuo senator in the blink of an eye. It pierced through Tuo Sen's chest. It was as if nothing in the world could stop the blood sword. The moment it touched Tuo Sen, it pierced through Tuo Sen's chest. Tuo Sen let out a miserable roar and came out from Tuo Sen's back. Tuo Sen coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled as he was knocked back several thousand feet. With a bang, he half knelt on the ground and looked up. At this moment, the god-slaying spear split in half before Wang Lin. It passed by Wang Lin and stabbed into the ground. All of the runes on the ground collapsed. The vortex formed by the 8th star between Wang Lin's eyebrows seemed to absorb endless aura and condense into a complete vortex. He had completed the most difficult process of condensing the 8th star. This gave Wang Lin a solid foundation to truly become the 8th star and gave Wang Lin the proof to become an 8-star ancient god in the future. Without this vortex, it would have been extremely difficult for Wang Lin to become an 8-star ancient god. Without tens of thousands of years of condensing, it would have been impossible. An 8-star ancient god was the strongest body, only inferior to a 9-star ancient god. How could it be so easy? Under the powerful eruption of the third layer heart, the ancient devil corpse that Wang Lin's right hand was still pressing down trembled. All of the stone on the corpse collapsed, and it no longer felt as hard as stone. At the same time, ancient devil stars rapidly flew out from the ancient devil's right eye. The 5th ancient devil star and the 6th ancient devil star suddenly appeared. All of this happened in a flash. Wang Lin's left eye was mostly blurry. Intense pain came not only from his heart, but also from his soul. The feeling of his memories being torn apart filled his body, and blood flowed out from his left eye. If he persisted any longer, his left eye would be completely blind, and he would lose half of his memories, just like he had in the ancient order. Losing his memories, losing his parents, his lover, his hometown, and everything else was something Wang Lin couldn't do. He let out a mournful scream and suddenly stood up from the throne for the first time. He left the throne. The moment he left, the connection between his heart and the third layer heart was cut off. The throne completely collapsed into pieces of stone and no longer existed. The entire palace suddenly became extremely quiet. Only 2 rapid breathing sounds could be heard echoing in the palace. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and the giant head that replaced 2C slowly dissipated. After a long time, Wang Lin gradually calmed down and opened his eyes. From now on, I'm no longer an ancient god with 2C's inheritance. I'm ancient order. Wang Lin's right hand rose from the ancient devil corpse and pointed to between his eyebrows. There was a flash of ghostly light, and the inheritance of 2C's memory was slowly taken out by Wang Lin. Chapter 1478. 2C's inheritance of memory had accompanied Wang Lin for more than 1,000 years, but now it had lost its effect. 2C was only a peak 8-star ancient god. The ball of light formed by the inheritance of memory appeared in Wang Lin's right hand. He looked at the ball of light, and, after pondering a bit, he threw it at Tua Senior for you. Tua's son was half kneeling on the ground. His chest was a bloody mess, and he was rapidly healing. He was startled for a moment as he caught the karmic object that he had chased all the way to the outer realm. This was the inheritance of memory that he had longed for. His body was visibly trembling. He had waited for this day for a very, very long time. From a moment the trace of demonic intent was sealed for countless years to when he watched Wang Lin take away the inheritance of memory, his anger and hatred were monstrous. In order to obtain this inheritance of memory, he was willing to do anything. After breaking the seal, he took over 2C's body and began a long search. The process was filled with bitterness. He had fantasized countless times that one day he would be able to extract the inheritance of memory from Wang Lin and make his inheritance perfect. However, he never expected that the inheritance of memory he had dreamed of would be returned by Wang Lin. Holding the ball of light formed by the inheritance of memory, Tua's son silently pondered. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. Thank you. In Tua's son's life, he had never once said, thank you. In his mind, this word didn't exist. No one had the right to make him thank anyone. In fact, he didn't even need to thank anyone. His arrogance and arrogance were in his bones. When 2C's inheritance is complete, I don't know if he will awaken or if he will dissipate. Wang Lin had taken a part of the inheritance of the ancient Tao. Although it was only a part, there was only one inheritance, and no one else could obtain it. If one day Wang Lin's cultivation level reaches a point where he can withstand it again, he will return and continue to inherit. After saying this, Wang Lin waved his right hand. Ling Dong and Zhou Jin, who were shocked by this scene, were taken away by Wang Lin and placed into the emperor furnace. He also put the ancient devil's body into his storage space. After putting away the ancient leaf, the blood sword, and everything else, Wang Lin stepped forward. He had obtained a part of the ancient Tao's memory, and knew more about the first floor than anyone else. As he stepped forward, ripples appeared under his feet, and he was about to disappear from the palace. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at the void in the distance. However, in the northern part of the palace, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void. The ripple grew larger and larger, and in a moment, it spread endlessly, turning into a large, illusory net. A pressure spread out from the net, and then a huge shadow suddenly appeared behind the illusory net. Things outside the net couldn't be seen inside, but Wang Lin clearly saw a giant shadow behind the net. This shadow was oval in shape and had countless tentacles swaying around its body. The aura of an ancient god came out of its mouth and continued to attack the illusory net. It was Wang Yu. There were two cultivators standing above Wang Yu's head, Ji Xiantian and Wudo Chan. The two of them were vigilant and carefully observed their surroundings as if they were guarding against any accidents. With the moon gazer serpent, the two of them didn't need a platform. Just like Tuasen, they found the palace and were about to use the moon gazer serpent to force its way in. However, the restriction to enter this palace was simply too powerful. According to their analysis, even a moon gazer serpent would need a long time to melt it. Although the two of them were anxious, they had to wait anxiously. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he revealed a sneer. He took a step forward and arrived next to the illusory net that had just appeared in the northern part of the palace. His right hand reached out and tore the net. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared on the illusory net. Ji Xiantian and Wudo Chan were startled outside the crack. Before they could see what was happening, a gust of wind blew toward them from the crack that suddenly appeared. The power contained in this gust of wind was something the two of them couldn't resist at all. They were swept by it and coughed out blood. They didn't even know why the gust of wind had appeared or why Wang Lin was here. They were sucked into Wang Lin's storage space as blood flowed out. Even the moon gazer serpent's giant body was forced back by this gust of wind. Its dim eyes shined brightly, and the seal between its eyebrows began to flash even more violently. Wang Lin walked out of the crack and didn't stop at all. He waved his sleeve, and Wang Yu's body trembled. A giant crack appeared behind her, and she was sucked into it. She disappeared from the tomb and was put away by Wang Lin. Lu Chun should still be inside Wang Yu's body. Wang Lin owed Lu Chun a favor, and Wang Lin still remembered this. After putting away Wang Yu, Wang Lin let out a sigh and disappeared. The entire palace was in ruins, and at this moment, only Tuasen remained. He stared at the memory inheritance in his hand. There was no joy in his heart, only hesitation and confusion. The inheritance he had dreamed of his entire life was right in front of him, but he didn't know if what he had been searching for his entire life was right or wrong. To see, from the day I was born, I knew that I was born from a strand of your demonic intent. But this memory, is it real or fake? Did you really die from the failure of the ink flow divine soul separation art? Or am I a part of your ink flow divine soul separation art? Am I Tuasen or 2C? The confusion in Tuasen's eyes became even stronger. He silently knelt there, as if he was lost in thought, forgetting the passage of time. After the rift to the ancient star system closed, the fog became even thicker and moved like the sea. At this moment, there were still some cultivators inside the ancient order tomb. All those who were able to survive the sudden changes in the surroundings were people with profound cultivations, and they were extremely intelligent as well. That was why they were able to utilize all sorts of methods to avoid danger after danger. It could be said that these people were the essence of the various clans in the ancient star system. At this moment, in the 9th map, Wang Lin's figure appeared in a chaotic space and gradually became corporeal. He was in a different realm from the palace, so he avoided the beautiful woman among the 8 concubines. Wang Lin no longer had any interest in the cultivators inside the ancient order tomb. The cultivators here, especially Dao Master Miao Yin, Devil Master 9 Heavens, and Great Desolation, all had unfathomable cultivation levels. Although they had been injured by his roar, they had lived for tens of thousands of years and had various spells. Wang Lin didn't have the crazy thought of killing all of them like he did when he fought the sovereign. This wasn't realistic and didn't fit Wang Lin's current plan. The Ancient Order tomb had been completely sealed by Wang Lin, so these people would be trapped here for a long time and wouldn't be able to leave. That alone was enough. After appearing, Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached at the void before him. The ninth map trembled and layers of ripples appeared in the void before Wang Lin. It was as if the void was being torn apart and a giant rift appeared. Thunderous rumbles came from the rift and a corner of a giant, golden pavilion slowly appeared. Underworld. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had inherited part of the Ancient Order's memories and knew how to take out the underworld Yi Mo had left behind. This giant, golden pavilion had 3 windows and the door was tightly shut. However, Wang Lin could clearly see 3 figures sitting inside. A powerful pressure was emitted from the pagoda and shrouded the surroundings. The moment the pavilion appeared, all the cultivators inside the Ancient Order tomb felt it. Miao Yin, 9 Heavens, and Great Desolation felt it even more clearly. Wang Lin didn't waste any time. The moment the Underworld Palace appeared, he waved his sleeves and took the Underworld Palace into his storage space. Then he turned around and left. His figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, Wang Lin arrived at the 5th map, the place where the ancient leaf was sealed. This place was still the same as when Wang Lin left. There was no damage. After checking a bit, Wang Lin waved his right hand and an ancient leaf imprinted on it. The moment the entrance opened, he took the leaf and entered. Everything here was the same as before. The vortex floating above the ground was still there and was slowly rotating. After arriving next to the vortex, Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit. With his current perception of the Ancient Order tomb, he could clearly feel the fluctuations of the Underworld Palace. The surviving cultivators inside the Ancient Order tomb were all rushing toward this place. There were several powerful divine senses that had locked onto him and were heading toward this place. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand formed a seal. He waved his hand toward the sky and the seal disappeared without a trace. However, the moment it disappeared, the sea of fog under the 9 maps in the first floor of the Ancient Order tomb began to move. Sharp howls came from within the fog, as if there were countless battle souls inside. Before I leave, I'll give you all a gift. The seal Wang Lin had formed was the symbol to open the 2nd floor of the Ancient Order tomb. With a sneer, Wang Lin stepped into the vortex. The moment he disappeared, his right hand reached at the void behind him. The entire sealed land trembled and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin put it away, and the vortex disappeared from the Ancient Order tomb forever. The moment the sealed land disappeared, Taoist Miao Yin and company arrived. However, they were a step too late. There was nothing before them. At the same time, the moment Wang Lin left, the silent Toe Sun seemed to make up his mind. He held the inheritance of memories in his hand and pressed it between his eyebrows. In the inner realm, under the Thunder Celestial Realm, at the edge of the Luo Tian star system, where the greedy wolf was taken, a spatial rift silently appeared and a figure in white walked out. The moment this figure appeared, a shocking aura spread out from his body and turned into a powerful pressure that swept across the entire Luo Tian star system. This pressure was powerful enough to make the hearts of all living things tremble. Master Lu Fu was the first to clearly feel it. He was awakened from his cultivation. It's not the outer realm, but the Luo Tian star system. I returned home. The figure in white pondered a bit and revealed a smile that hadn't appeared in a long time. Chapter 1479. There was a tense atmosphere in the Luo Tian star system. In the northwest part of the Luo Tian star system, there was a majestic planet formation made of 439 planets. There were many cultivators moving back and forth outside the planet formation. They were constantly adding power to the formation and placing down seals. Even further away, rays of light flew by. Countless cultivators chose a large amount of cultivation planets under the command of their leaders and dragged them over by force. There was a cloud vortex inside the planet formation. The fog wasn't thick, and one could clearly see an old man sitting inside. This old man was wearing a Taoist robe and gave off a sense of might without being angry. However, his face was a bit pale, and thunder rumbled as he cultivated. It was as if this old man's body contained countless bolts of heavenly thunder. This old man was the third-step cultivator of the Luo Tian star system, Master Lu Fu. As an extremely rare third-step cultivator in the inner realm that only appeared once every tens of thousands of years, Master Lu Fu was like a god. His status was so high that all cultivators were like ants before him. Master Lu Fu could be said to be the guardian of the entire Luo Tian star system and the person who started the war against the Alliance star system. In his entire life, he had only escaped in a sorry state from Tuo Senator later. When Tuo's sun appeared in the Luo Tian star system, Master Lu Fu was terrified and quickly hid himself. It wasn't until Tuo's sun left that he reappeared. Although he didn't have enough Joss flames, Master Lu Fu had his own special method to slowly recover from his battle with Tuo's senator originally. Everything was calm, but on this day, when Wang Lin walked out of the Ancient Order tomb and entered the Luo Tian star system, Master Lu Fu's eyes suddenly opened, and there was a flash of light. However, before he could think about it in detail, he felt the pressure from Wang Lin that swept the entire Luo Tian star system. Under this pressure, Master Lu Fu's expression changed greatly. He quickly stood up and stared into the distance with shock in his eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate everything and see Wang Lin stepping into the Luo Tian star system. However, before he could see it clearly, a great force immediately smashed into his divine sense, causing his mind to instantly become chaotic. His vision blurred, and everything became blurry. Master Lu Fu's expression changed again, and he frowned. Who is this person? I can't see his appearance, but I feel like his divine sense is familiar. He shouldn't have reached the third step, but why do I feel a sense of fear from his blurry figure? Master Lu Fu was not the only one inside the vortex. There were 4 old men sitting around him. When Master Lu Fu suddenly stood up and his expression changed, the 4 old men's hearts trembled. They all stood up and looked at Master Lu Fu. If Wang Lin was here, he would immediately recognize these 4 old men as cultivators he was familiar with. Master Flamespark of the Thunder Celestial Temple, Li Yunzi, who had been seriously injured by Wang Wei, and a Yao family ancestor. Blood God, who had been seriously injured by Shimizu while chasing Wang Lin. Aside from the 3 of them, the last person was Xiang Yundong. This Xiang Yundong was the one who had taken Wang Lin to the Xiang family's ancestral planet and allowed Wang Lin to suffer the Qixi spell. He was the one who had almost all of Wang Lin's vitality sucked away by the Xiang family ancestor. Senior, may I know what happened? Master Flamespark had followed Master Lu Fu for the longest. When he saw Master Lu Fu's expression change, his mind trembled. He hesitated for a bit before clasping his hands and respectfully asking, Senior, what happened? Li Yunzi and company's eyes became serious, and a bad feeling appeared in their hearts. In their eyes, Master Lu Fu was an unimaginably powerful third-step cultivator. This kind of person was a legend, and there were few things in the world that could make him lose his composure. However, before the 4 of them could hear Master Lu Fu's words, they felt a pressure that made their hearts tremble sweep over from the distant starry sky. This pressure was so strong that when it landed on the 4 of them, it was as if a great force had smashed into them. In an instant, their expressions changed greatly. Their minds trembled, and they had the illusion that they were going to collapse under this pressure. Fortunately, this pressure disappeared in a flash, but it was at this instant that the 4 people's faces turned pale and their expressions changed in shock. They vaguely guessed the reason why Master Lu Fu had lost his composure. Master Lu Fu's expression was gloomy and his eyes lit up. He had always been cautious and rarely took risks. Only once did he suffer a great loss before the Tuo senator. Not only did he almost lose his life, but he also had to hide from the Tuo sun like a stray dog. Therefore, he became even more cautious. The pressure just now was so powerful that it made his skin crawl. He didn't want to investigate without knowing what was going on. After pondering for a bit, Master Lu Fu said, "The four of you set up the Luo Tan illusion mirror. The old man wants to see who this person is. Why did he come to my Luo Tian star system?" Master Flames Park and company respectfully nodded. Their minds trembled, and without hesitation, they sat down at the four corners. Their hands formed seals, and they used the same spell. This spell was taught to them by Master Lu Fu. They had been cultivating it for a long time, and now it was complete. As their hands formed seals, a flash of white light appeared between them. The white light became brighter and brighter until it turned into a white mirror that looked like the surface of the water. This white mirror appeared. It was filled with distorted ripples and was a bit blurry. Master Lu Fu's eyes lit up and his right hand formed a seal. His index finger was like a sword as he pointed at the mirror. The ripples on the surface of the mirror suddenly stopped and stopped distorting. Instead, it slowly calmed down, and soon, a starry sky appeared within it. Within that starry sky, a white-haired man in white clothes was walking slowly. Wang Lin slowly walked through the Luo Tian star system. Everything around him felt familiar. Although the Luo Tian star system wasn't part of the alliance, Wang Lin had left too many footprints here. I wonder if the person from back then is still here. Wang Lin let out a sigh and suddenly frowned. He looked up at the bright stars, and the thunder tattoo in his right eye flashed. Scram! After he spoke, the thunder tattoo in Wang Lin's right eye flew out from Wang Lin's pupil. The moment the thunder tattoo descended, it broke through the void and disappeared without a trace. As for Master Lu Fu, the moment the mirror formed by Master Flamespark's group of four appeared and he saw the white-haired person in white, he clearly heard Wang Lin's words. As the thunderous rumble echoed, the illusory mirror erupted with shocking thunder. Bolts of lightning shot out from the mirror and swept across the world. With a thunderous bang, the illusory mirror collapsed and a powerful shockwave spread out. Master Lu Fu's expression changed once more. He waved his sleeves and pushed the collapsed shockwave into the sky. Endless thunderbolts rose into the sky and turned into continuous thunderous roars that shook all the cultivators in all directions. When they looked up, the entire star system seemed to be replaced by thunder. It was as if divine retribution had arrived. Master Flamespark coughed out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, there was a crazed roar in his heart. Wang Lin! He is Wang Lin! He clearly saw the appearance of the white-haired person in white. He could never forget that person's figure. Li Yunzi also coughed out blood and retreated. His eyes were filled with fear and monstrous shock. He had interacted with Wang Lin the most, especially the last time at the Rosefinch Divine Sect. He had been suppressed by Wang Lin, and the memory was too deep. At this moment, he saw that the person in white looked exactly like Wang Lin. At this moment, he was startled and couldn't say a word. Wang Lin, it's him. Blood God's face turned pale, and his heart pounded like crazy as he retreated. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. He couldn't imagine that the person he had chased like an ant and would have died to if it wasn't for Shimizu could have such a pressure that made his heart tremble. There was also the Xiang family's Xiang Yindong. His face was deathly pale. His cultivation level was the weakest, and at this moment his origin soul was filled with the power of Wang Lin's thunder. This caused a deep crack to appear in his Dao heart. Wang Lin! Xiang Yundong's eyes were filled with fear. The first thing he thought of was that his family's ancestor had taken all of Wang Lin's vitality and used the excuse of treating Wang Lin's wife. As a result, a great grudge had been formed. Originally, the Xiang family didn't care about this at all. No matter how high Wang Lin's cultivation level was, it would be like throwing an egg against a stone against the entire Xiang family. Not to mention the fact that the Xiang family ancestor had been in closed-door cultivation for tens of thousands of years. With him around, few people dared to provoke him. Senior, this person's cultivation level. Xiang Yundong suppressed the fear in his heart and looked at Master Lu Fu. Master Lu Fu's expression became even more gloomy as he looked at the vast pool of thunder spreading into the distance. After a long time, he slowly said, "Wang Lin, the old man remembers. Back in the land of the ancient god, the old man met this person before." There was a flash of complicated expression on his face. Master Lu Fu withdrew his gaze and walked into the depths of the vortex. This person's cultivation level hasn't reached the third step. But the old man isn't confident he can win. The old man won't care about the matter between you and him. Stay here and you'll be safe. This sentence entered the hearts of the four of them and immediately caused them to become silent. Master Flamespark's eyes lit up and he slowly calmed down. He knew that he hadn't done anything wrong to Wang Lin, and he even owed him some small favors. However, there was still a trace of shock that wouldn't disappear. The Zhan family's ancestor, Li Yunzi, had a gloomy expression. After a long time, he let out a sigh. The most nervous ones were Blood God and Xiang Yundong. A moment later, Xiang Yundong respectfully clasped his hands in the direction Master Lu Fu had left. He looked at the three people in front of him with a complicated expression before quickly leaving. He had to send this news back to the Xiang family as soon as possible so that they could prepare. An enemy that not even the Luo Tian ancestor, Master Lu Fu, was confident in winning. What could the Xiang family use to fight? Thinking about this, Xiang Yundong panicked. As for Blood God, he silently sat down. He didn't dare to go out. Chapter 1480. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he withdrew his gaze from the bright stars above. With his cultivation level, he could clearly feel the invisible fluctuations from before. Someone had used a Dao spell to lock onto him. It looks like my return has attracted a lot of attention. This is also good. Wang Lin revealed a smile. Right now, he had the qualifications and cultivation to face everything. Even if others knew of his return, it didn't matter to him. Walking forward confidently, Wang Lin's pace wasn't fast, but every step took him countless steps. He looked at the familiar stars around him and silently walked forward. In the distance before Wang Lin, there was a group of nearly 100 cultivators flying around a planet filled with spiritual energy. They threw out thread-like objects that formed a net around the planet. Among this group of cultivators was a middle-aged man. His eyes were like lightning, and he was at the peak of the Nirvana Cleanser stage. He had a majestic appearance, and his eyes shined brightly. Arcs of lightning moved around his body, making him even more majestic. All of you, pay attention and work together. Don't damage the cultivation planet. Otherwise, the Thunder Celestial Temple's blame is a small matter. But if it affects the Luo Tian's preparations, we will all have to go home and go into closed-door cultivation. The middle-aged man's voice was like thunder as it spread out. When it landed in the ears of the surrounding cultivators, they all revealed smiles. Zhan Konglai, it's fine for us to go into closed-door cultivation, but you are the leader of this generation of the Zhan family. How could your ancestor let you go in a closed-door cultivation? Normally, being taught a lesson and going into closed-door cultivation isn't a big deal, but now we are preparing for war. Once the war begins, I won't be willing to be punished to go into closed-door cultivation. Brother Zhan, I heard that all 4-star systems are preparing for war, but the Cloud Sea is the leader. Many of us are confused about this. Why should we listen to the Cloud Sea? Do you have any news? Laughter echoed as everyone activated their origin energy. The cultivation planet rumbled and was slowly pulled out of its original trajectory. Under everyone's pull, the planet slowly floated forward. The middle-aged man was Zhan Konglai. There was also a thin line connecting his right hand to the planet behind him. As he flew forward, he smiled and said, "This matter was decided by my Luo Tian ancestor, Master Lu Fu, and the people of the other three-star systems. I don't know much, but if there is news, I'll tell you all. What's the rush?" When Master Lu Fu was mentioned, these cultivators revealed fanatical gazes. They had only learned about Master Lu Fu in recent years, including Zhang Konglai. In their eyes, Master Lu Fu was the strongest person in the Luo Tian realm and the guardian of the Luo Tian realm. As long as Master Lu Fu existed, the Luo Tian realm would not be destroyed. Looking at the people around him, Zhang Konglai let out a sigh. Unlike these people, there was only respect in Zhang Konglia's eyes, not a hint of fanaticism. It was as if his fanaticism had been taken away by someone many years ago. A long time ago, he, Zhang Konglai, had the same fanaticism from these people. He was once hot-blooded for it. As long as that person said it, he would do anything for that person. His fanaticism toward that person hadn't dissipated due to the passage of time. Instead, as he understood that person's identity, it became even stronger. However, where is he now? Zhang Konglia's eyes revealed a deeply hidden trace of reminiscence. He would often think of the past. That person had walked past the Luo Tian, and aside from himself, he had also affected Shengong Hu. Thinking about Shengong Hu, Zhang Konglai let out a snort. Over the years, Shengong Hu had opposed him everywhere, and their confrontation had become even more intense. These nearly 100 cultivators turned into rays of light and slowly flew forward. They moved faster and faster as they pulled the cultivation planet forward. A moment later, a white-robed figure slowly walked out from the distance before the group of cultivators. When he saw the group of cultivators, he stopped in midair and silently looked over. The appearance of the person in white immediately caught the attention of these cultivators. Zhang Konglia's eyes narrowed, and he looked over. However, due to his cultivation level, he couldn't clearly see the person's appearance. Zhang Konglai stepped forward and arrived at the front. He sent out his divine sense. "A bit strange. Everyone be careful." The two sides got closer and closer, but the person in white still didn't move. He just calmly stood there and watched as the cultivators passed by him. No one could clearly see the person in white. It was as if everything they looked at would distort. It was as if there was a black hole where he stood that could devour everything. It wasn't until the nearly 100 cultivators pulled the cultivation planet past the white-robed man that everyone let out a sigh of relief. This person's cultivation level is not simple. From the looks of it, he shouldn't be someone from my Luo Tan. Right now, the barrier between the 4-star systems has been opened. As long as one has a guide, they can travel freely. This person should be from another star system. As they gradually disappeared into the distance, Zhang Konglai turned around and looked at the person in white that hadn't left. He frowned. This person seems vaguely familiar. Wang Lin looked at the group of cultivators before him and then at Zhang Konglai. Reminiscence appeared in his eyes. Zhang Konglai looked a bit older than before. He remembered back in the Thunder Lake. Zhang Konglia's cultivation level was clearly higher than his, but when he used the power of thunder to comprehend a sliver of source origin, Zhang Konglai had been scared to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. Zhang Konglai had even bowed to him as his master. Wang Lin smiled. To be able to see an old friend is a great blessing in life. Wang Lin smiled as he turned and walked into the distance. He was very happy. Wang Lin walked further and further away. The distance between him and the nearly 100 cultivators gradually became endless. Zhang Konglai was still frowning. He didn't even hear the words of the cultivators beside him. He looked at the figure that slowly disappeared from his sight, and that familiar feeling lingered in his heart. Very familiar. Zhang Konglai silently turned around and flew forward with the cultivators beside him. However, he was still thinking about where this familiar feeling came from. The blurry figure of the white-clothed person continuously appeared in his mind. The swaying of the white-clothed person's white hair, when he turned around, also clearly rose and fell in his mind again and again. I must have seen this person before. Jean Conlai rubbed the spot between his eyebrows, but just at this moment, his right hand suddenly paused. The blurry figure in white in his mind gradually overlapped with the person in his memory. The moment they completely merged, Jean Conlia's mind rumbled, as if 100,000 bolts of thunder had exploded at the same time, causing his body to tremble. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he subconsciously turned around. His face immediately turned red, and his eyes widened. In a brief moment of absent-mindedness, he could hear his own heart pounding. It's him. Jean Conlai didn't hesitate to take a step forward. His speed was like thunder as he charged in the direction that Wang Lin had gone. His sudden action immediately caused the 100 or so cultivators around him to freeze in place. Jean Conlai almost used his full speed to cross the endless star system. However, before him, there was no sign of Wang Lin. It wasn't until a long time that Jean Conlai stopped and bitterness appeared in his eyes. Why didn't you call me? He stood there for a long time. Time passed. Jean Conlai silently clasped his hands at the stars before him. He let out a sigh and left. In the depths of the Luo Tian star system, there was an empty star system. This place was desolate, and most of the cultivation planets weren't rich in spiritual energy. There was a small cultivation planet that gave off a soft glow and slowly rotated. The ocean occupied 70% of this cultivation planet, and the land was scattered. From afar, it looked like a blue ball of water. Planet Qingling. There were cultivators on the planet, but most of them weren't high. There were only 3 soul transformation cultivators. At this moment, at the top of the tallest mountain on planet Qingling, 3 soul transformation cultivators were respectfully standing before an old man. The old man was wearing a scholar's robe and didn't look like a cultivator. He looked more like a mortal scholar. He calmly sat on a stone platform at the top of the mountain. He had sat here for more than 800 years. All of this was because of a single sentence his teacher had said. I've never had any disciples in my life. Your Tao is connected to mine, so I can accept you as an honorary disciple. I'll gift you this mountain to cultivate for a while. I won't teach you any spells. I'll only gift you enlightenment. The old man slowly opened his eyes. He didn't look at the 3 soul transformation cultivators before him, but silently looked at the clouds in the distance. The 3 of you can leave. This planet belongs to Teacher. Before Teacher returns, no one can take a blade of grass, a tree, a mountain, or a river. But we are currently preparing for war. The Thunder Celestial Temple has given the order and will arrive in 3 days to take the planet. One of the 3 soul transformation cultivators, looked anxious. Just as he was about to speak, the old man on the stone platform looked at him. Just one gaze caused the soul transformation cultivator's mind to tremble. He didn't dare to speak anymore. The 3 of them respectfully clasped their hands and left. The old man silently pondered as he looked at the layers of clouds in the sky. After a long time, faint sounds of thunder came from the sky. Not long after, bursts of wind howled, forming dark clouds that covered the sky and the sun. The sound of the rain coming from the distance got closer and closer. The rain came from a distance and slowly wrapped around the earth. The rain was very heavy and landed on the top of the mountain, creating a continuous sound of rain. Under this rain, the world became blurry. The wind was also very strong. The rain swept by the old man's body and wet his clothes, but couldn't cover the old man's gaze as he looked at the sky and waited. A sigh seemed to be blown by the wind and entered the old man's ears. The old man's body trembled and his eyes were filled with excitement. I remember. Your name is Xieching. Chapter 1481. Today there is rain in the clouds, hanging over the mountain stream. An old friend has come. The raindrops fell on the ground and hit the mountain rocks, creating a pleasant sound. However, the rain was a bit too fast and, under the dense rain, it messed up the music, making it a bit annoying. Fortunately, There was a wind that blew the rain away, diluting the chaos and playing a song of heaven, earth, rain, mountains, and mountains. In the wind and rain, at the top of Hungyun Mountain, a person in white hat appeared at some point. He silently stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the excited old man on the stone platform before him. He didn't stop the rain from soaking his clothes. He didn't do what he did when he comprehended how to summon the rain. Wang Lin just silently stood in the rain. He allowed the rain to soak his clothes and allow the chill to enter his body and wet his white hair. However, Wang Lin didn't look embarrassed at all. There was only an extremely natural scene, as if Wang Lin was this mountain, this land, this grass, and this tree. There was a smile on Wang Lin's face as he looked at the old man on the stone platform. "Teacher." The old man stood up and excitedly knelt there. The rain fell on his face and flowed down the corners of his eyes, making it impossible to tell if it was real or not. After 800 years, Wang Lin returned to planet Qing Ling once more. He returned to the place where he once sought Tao and saw the honorary disciple he accepted back then. Xie was only a flash in Wang Lin's life. However, it was because of this person that Wang Lin's domain reached completion. This created a trace of karma that made him want to take Xie as his disciple. Even Wang Lin didn't expect this disciple created by a trace of karma to sit on Hungyun Mountain on planet Qingling for 800 years. During these 800 years of time, Xie had comprehended the domain Wang Lin had given him. Using his wisdom as a scholar, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. However, Xie had never cultivated any cultivation techniques or divine abilities. His path of cultivation was vastly different from all the other cultivators in the world, and even from Wang Lin. What Wang Lin cultivated was the fusion of his Tao and divine abilities. He used his divine abilities to slowly comprehend the concepts of the great Tao. Xie, on the other hand, had completely given up on techniques and only focused on conceptions. At this moment, Xie physical body was extremely weak. A single flying sword was enough to take his life. His body seemed to be on the verge of exhaustion, but his vitality was boundless, causing his life to be indestructible. Although his fleshly body was weak, 800 years of comprehension had allowed Xie state of mind to surpass everything an ordinary cultivator could cultivate for 800 years. In terms of Tao intent, not even Nirvana scryer cultivators could match Xie. His domain had reached the Nirvana cleanser stage and had reached the beginning of the law stage. This was a cultivation method that did not exist in the world. It was similar to the ancient god clan's extreme body refining method. Xie only cultivated the realm. In fact, there was no nascent divinity or nascent soul inside of Xie. He had none of the internal divinities that a cultivator should have. The only thing he had was a soul filled with boundless vitality. Even Xie himself didn't know the reason. He didn't know any cultivation methods, so he could only silently comprehend for 800 years with the comprehension that Wang Lin had given him. Cultivating the soul. Wang Lin looked at Xie and silently pondered. Cultivators dream of becoming celestials and live forever. Cultivators search for their true self and become free and unfettered. Tao cultivators confirm their origin and become their own Tao. And soul cultivators use the soul as their life, the Lord of the heavens and the earth as their teacher. Wang Lin looked at the rain falling from the sky. The raindrops hit his face and felt cold as he slowly spoke. Xie knelt on the stone platform. His expression was one of confusion and ignorance. Perhaps it was because the rain was getting heavier and landing on his body. His wet clothes stuck to his body, making him uncomfortable. In his confusion, Xie subconsciously raised his right hand and formed a small spell that he had comprehended on his own. As his right hand formed a seal, the world suddenly changed. The direction of the rain at the top of Hungyun Mountain changed as if it was being moved. Wang Lin shook his head and softly said, "You still haven't completely given up on all spells. Xie, look at this mountain. When it was growing, did it ever stop the rain from falling? Look at the river and the ocean. When the rain fell, did it show any signs of rejection? Look at the grass and the trees. Everything. Aside from us, the spirits of all living things, did anyone stop the rain from falling? Since you cultivate the soul, why do you care about this body? There's a saying in Taoism, return to simplicity. There are simply too few people in the world who can truly comprehend this. Even I, as your teacher, once thought I understood these 4 words. But after experiencing the past, when I returned to the Luo Tian, I had an epiphany. To return to simplicity is to integrate oneself into the grass, the trees, the mountains, and the rivers, to break away from the restrictions of all living things and become a part of the world. This is returning to simplicity. Xie Qing's body trembled, and he seemed to understand something. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and Xie Qing's small spell dissipated. Without any obstruction, the rain began to fall once more, drenching the clouds. If you see yourself as a part of this world, if you become the sky and the earth, then this rain is actually like your invisible blood. Why do you have to stop them? Wind, rain, snow, thunder, and all the other things of nature, you are them, and they are you. What's the difference? What's the difference? 800 years have passed, and you still haven't completely understood the fortune I gave you back then. When you can abandon this body and forget all the spells you've learned, when only a wisp of your Tao soul is left, you can come and find me. Wang Lin looked at Xie Qing, who was pondering, and his right hand reached at the void. With this, the world changed colors and the clouds scattered. The dark clouds rumbled, and the rain that covered a small portion of planet Qingling seemed to be cheering as it gathered from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the endless rain closed in like an ocean. At the top of Hung Yun Mountain, the rain fused together to form a giant rain sword that was 100,000 feet tall. With a wave of his hand, the rain sword descended from the sky and pierced nearly 30% of the peak of Hung Yun Mountain. The part that was exposed was about 60 to 70,000 feet high. Even from a great distance, one could clearly see the huge sword formed by the rain. A powerful pressure spread out from the rain sword. As it filled the world, it also spread out from planet Qingling. The moment the rain sword formed, Wang Lin's right hand pointed forward and the ancient god stars between his eyebrows lit up. Ancient god power was injected into the rain sword. At the same time, the fire and thunder essences flew out from Wang Lin's eyes and fused with the rain sword. As a result, this simple rain sword contained 2 complete essences and Wang Lin's ancient battle aura. This aura didn't spread too far, but it was enough to shock the entire planet Luo Tian. With this sword here, very few people would dare to offend this planet. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but there was an indisputable tone to it. Even a spirit void cultivator would hesitate when facing this sword. Was it worth it to fight a cultivator who had almost completed their essences for a planet? The ancient pressure was even more shocking. Once you completely comprehend this sword, it will be teacher's gift to you as a disciple. Wang Lin looked at Xie Qing one last time before he turned around and left the mountain. His figure gradually became blurry as he disappeared into the distance. Xie Qing silently watched Wang Lin leave. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Today, in the past, there was rain in the clouds and the drops formed a sword. Old friends gradually drifted away. There was rain, a sun knelt. There was kindness. On planet Qingling, the chosen immortal clan had long moved away. There was no dust left, as if they had never been here. Wang Lin left. He returned to the Luo Tian planet. He had to go to 4 places and do 4 things. Right now, he had finished the first place and the first thing. As he walked through the bright Luo Tian star system, Wang Lin's eyes gradually revealed a hint of coldness and killing intent. Xiang family ancestor. It's time to settle the matter from back then. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and flew toward the Xiang family planet that had caused him to lose all his vitality. Several hours after Wang Lin left, there was a group of dozens of cultivators 30 million kilometers away from planet Qingling. They were led by a middle-aged man wearing a thunder robe as they charged toward planet Qingling. They were the people of the Thunder Celestial Temple. They were ordered to find a planet that met the requirements of the Luo Tian ancestor to form the powerful star damage 7 Calamity Formation. Planet Qingling met the requirements. After giving the order to forcibly move planet Qingling, this group of cultivators were ready to move planet Qingling. However, the instant they stepped into the 30 million mile radius of planet Qingling, they could clearly feel a monstrous sword intent spreading out like rain. This sword intent was powerful enough to collapse space itself. The expression of the middle-aged man in the thunder robe changed greatly when he was hit by this sword intent. He coughed out blood and was knocked back. The cultivators behind him all coughed out blood at the same time. Their eyes were filled with terror, and they all retreated. Just as these dozens of cultivators were terrified by this sword intent, on planet Qingling, after Wang Lin left, the sky above Xieqing, who was cultivating, trembled, and a person silently walked out. This person was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. It was Master Lu Fu. He didn't want to immediately face Wang Lin, so when he felt the rain sword's aura, he chose to come after Wang Lin left. He floated in the air and frowned. After pondering for a bit, he raised his right hand and pointed at the rain sword that was piercing the mountain. There was no sound when Master Lu Fu collided with the rain sword. His body trembled, and he looked up with terror in his eyes. It's this aura. It's similar to an ancient god's, but also completely different. Under this aura, the old man's heart skipped a beat. In addition, this sword actually has 2 essences. First update delivered. Asking for monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.